Welcome back, everyone, this afternoon. Just got to speak with my wife a few minutes ago. She had a root canal this morning. I said, aren't you lucky? So, just joking. Okay. We are, I'm still squeaking a little bit, so that ought to be a little entertainment. We are at cross-examination. So, Mr. Elliott. Thank you, sir. Mr. Adams.
It'll be Mr. Snowden for us.
Mr. Snowden, please step up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Bell and Mr. Hanslick. We met a few minutes ago, but just formally, I'm Ben Snowden, and I represent the Solar Business Alliance in this matter. Mr. Hanslick, before we get started, I just wanted to follow up on something that I thought I heard you say in your summary before we broke for lunch. You were discussing how the company sort of met its reserve requirements for dealing with solar volatility or variability during one of the scenarios you described up in the Elmo. Did you say that that the company? I thought I heard you say that the company met its reserve requirements using reserve sharing during one of those days. Did I hear that correctly?
No, we did not use a reserve sharing group.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Bell, I'd like to start with some questions for you, if I may. In your direct and your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the approaches that Dominion has taken to determining the integration costs of solar in its filings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I say approaches because there are two different approaches. Is that right?
If you're talking with regard to the existing PPAs versus future avoided costs?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so two different approaches, one for existing PPAs and one for future avoided costs.
It's not really two different approaches, but one was calculated after the fact.
Okay. Well, I would like to clear this up because I admit at various times in reviewing the testimony, I've been a bit confused when one method was being discussed or one approach was being discussed and when another was being discussed. So I think it would be helpful for me to sort of clear this up. Okay, so the approach that the company takes for calculating integration charges or integration costs for solar projects that already have PPAs, that's the variable integration charge, right?
That's correct.
Or the VIC, okay. And that's not part of avoided costs, is that correct?
It actually is part of avoided cost.
Okay, well, it was not part of the avoided cost rates in those existing PPAs, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a separate charge in those PPAs.
It's an after the fact accounting.
Okay, okay. And the VIC is based on the study that Dr. Tanner at Navigant Consulting conducted, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and he used the ProMod production cost model to come up with that analysis, is that right? As part of his analysis?
That's correct.
Okay, but that's only backward looking, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the results don't apply to projects that don't have PPAs yet?
Correct.
Okay, so Dominion takes a different approach for calculating integration costs for new projects that haven't yet gotten PPAs?
The difference is that we know how to account for one facet of the integration charge.
Okay, could you explain that?
Meaning that we previously had not applied the characteristic of intermittency where the solar needs additional reserves to cover its output. So we hadn't included that in the previous avoided costs, but we plan to include it going forward.
Okay, so the VIC represents sort of what you think the decrement to avoided costs would have been if you'd calculated it right back then?
Yeah, I would call it, we're trying to estimate the actual value, the actual avoided cost for all the characteristics of the project.
Okay. So the approach to calculating integration costs for new projects is incorporated in the methodology that the company uses to calculate avoided energy costs for those solar QFs. Is that right?
Can you ask that one again?
Sure. The prospective approach, I'll call it, for new projects, the company incorporates the analysis of integration costs for those projects into the avoided energy costs for rates for those projects?
I think the short answer is yes, but what we do is we look at the characteristics of the project. And so we calculate the avoided costs for those projects.
Okay, okay. But the approach the company takes to calculating avoided costs on a prospective basis, that's not based on the Navigant study, is it?
It is not.
Okay. That's based on, and it's not based on any other study conducted by a third party, is it?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's based on the company's sort of judgment about what it requires for reliability, I suppose?
We'd like to stay away from the word judgment, but that's our expectation.
Okay. Has any third party reviewed this aspect of the company's avoided cost calculations? And by this aspect, I mean the factoring in of integration costs.
No.
Okay. Now, would it not have made sense to have Navigant take a look at how Dominion is proposing to assess integration charges going forward, given that you already hired them to conduct a study on a retrospective basis?
The Navigant study applies to an avoided cost that was calculated without considering all the characteristics of the project. They were asked to account for the additional costs due to providing additional reserves, and they did that. So in the process, we actually learned a lot from Navigant, and they worked with us, and that was probably a good part of the basis for our calculation going forward.
Okay. Is there any specific way in which the Navigant results played into your basis for your approach going forward?
I think the main way is we agreed with them that there were additional reserves necessary throughout the day, and so we had to figure out how to apply that in the ProSim model.
Okay, but you guys did that on your own without Navigant's advice.
That's correct.
Okay, so you've got two sort of totally different approaches for getting at the same thing for two different groups of projects. Is that right?
I wouldn't say they were totally different from an actual model running and analysis standpoint. They're not that much different.
Okay, well, I guess my point is that what is said about one approach is not necessarily true about the other approach.
There's significant differences.
Okay, and I'd like to actually, Mr. Bell, I'd like to look back at your the summary of your rebuttal testimony. Do you have that handy?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so in the second paragraph, you say you confirm that Navigant made an appropriate adjustment to the VIC calculation, and you explain why. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but what you say in this paragraph applies only to the Navigant study. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then turning to page 2, in the second paragraph, you say, I also testify that Mr. Stinklick's suggestion that the Navigant study assumed improperly high reserve requirements is incorrect. And you explain your reasoning for that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but that discussion also applies only to the Navigant study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it has no bearing on, or it does not apply directly to the company's approach to assessing integration costs on a foregoing basis. Is that right?
There's a lot of details that probably are not similar, but there's some ideas that are.
Okay, okay. Okay, before we go further, I'd like to kind of clarify what the stakes are of what we're talking about here. The backward-looking VIC that's proposed by Dominion is $4.14 per megawatt hour. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is the company, just to be clear, is the company asking the commission to approve the imposition of that charge in this proceeding?
I think you've got the engineer up here. I think that's what I think that's what we're asking.
Okay, you can punt that to somebody else. That's fine. Now, would you agree, subject to check, would you agree that that $4.14 a megawatt charge would represent about maybe a 12 to 15% reduction in revenues for the projects that would have to pay it, kind of depending on what version of the PR2 rate schedule they've contracted under?
I think that's right.
Okay. Now let's talk about the impacts of the integration costs that Dominion is proposing to include in its avoided costs on a foregoing basis. So Dominion assumes for its avoided cost calculations that it will have to maintain operating reserves equal to 35% of the nameplate capacity of solar generation on its system. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the impact of this assumption on avoided energy rates?
It caused the avoided energy rates to go down.
Okay. It caused them to go down by a lot, right?
It caused them to go down.
Okay. All right. So would you agree, I guess, for the energy rate for 2020 to 24, it caused the rate to go down from $23.46 per megawatt hour to $16.76 per megawatt hour?
That sounds right.
Okay. And so that's about a 29% reduction. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. You're probably better at math than I am.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, subject to check, would you agree that for the 2025 to 2029 term, that the impact of including integration charges is to reduce the avoided energy rates from $26.08 a megawatt hour to $15.66 a megawatt hour? Is that right?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, and that's a reduction of about 40% in the avoided energy rate. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so with the VIC, or on a prospective basis, it's the intention of the company that the solar generator pays the cost of those additional reserves, not the ratepayer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. There's been a fair amount of talk about financial incentives in this case. Would you agree that if integration costs are passed along directly to solar generators, Dominion has got no financial incentive to find ways to control those costs?
Can you ask that one again?
Sure. Would you agree that if integration costs are passed along directly to solar generators, that Dominion has got no financial incentive to find ways to control those costs and keep them down?
I don't think it matters to the margin of Dominion. I think we're agnostic to that, where that charge lies. We just believe it shouldn't be on the backs of the customer.
Okay, I understood, yeah. But you don't have any reason to try to minimize it?
I would think that...
Let me clarify that. I'm sorry. Assuming it's accurately calculated, you don't have any reason to make operational changes that would bring those costs down?
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to talk specifically about the Navigant study for a bit. Now, the purpose of the Navigant study was to look at the integration costs of a given set of solar projects based on I guess the extent to which those projects would require Dominion to maintain additional operating reserves. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because, in Dominion's view, the intermittent nature of solar generation requires it to maintain additional operating reserves?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Bell, you were responsible for providing to Navigant the reference data and other inputs used in the integration study. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like you to just direct me to page 17. Well, on page 17 of your direct testimony, you describe what those inputs were. Is that correct? You can, sorry, take your time. Okay. So on page 17, do you describe the inputs that you provided to Navigant?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree, wouldn't you, that if those inputs are not correct or not realistic, that would suggest that the results of the study are flawed?
To some degree.
Okay. So what do those inputs that you list in your testimony include?
Would be like generator characteristics, megawatts, ramp rates, up and down times. We also provided some solar profiles from existing facilities And we also provided our forecast of winter and summer peaks and the energies that we expect to serve.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I did not hear you say, and I don't think I saw in your testimony, that you provided information about the company's actual operating reserves that had historically been used to deal with solar. Is that right?
That's probably an oversight because I think we did supply that.
So you did provide, you sure you did provide that information to Navigant for its study?
I'm pretty sure it's in their study.
Okay. Okay, the Navigant study was not peer-reviewed, was it?
It was reviewed by us.
Okay, but it was not subject to a peer review process or a stakeholder process or anything like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you seek input from any other parties outside of Dominion or Navigant in conducting the study?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk to any other utilities that have conducted integration studies?
Not directly related to the study.
Okay. And you'd agree that this study is intended to measure the ancillary services used by solar facilities? Is that right?
One of them.
One of them. Okay, and that's required by Act 62, isn't it?
I think so.
Okay, all right. Subject to check, would you agree that Section 584120B3 of the Act requires that each utility's avoided cost methodology must account for a bunch of factors, I'm not quoting here, but a bunch of factors, now I'm quoting, including but not limited to energy, capacity, and ancillary services provided by or consumed by small power producers, including those utilizing energy storage equipment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Navigant to study ancillary services that are provided by small power producers, including those with energy storage equipment?
No.
Did you retain any other consultant to conduct a study of that?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did the company conduct an internal study of the ancillary services that could be provided by small power producers, including those with storage equipment?
No.
Okay. I'd like to move on to discuss how Dominion considered integration costs in the avoided cost calculation. So now we're looking at the forward-looking calculations. So as you said, those integration costs are not separately calculated, but they're included as part of the avoided energy cost calculations. Is that right?
Yeah, say that again.
Sure. The integration costs are not sort of separately calculated. They are included in the avoided energy cost calculations. Is that right?
Right, and that's why we're staying away from calling them integration costs. We think other projects that don't have those limitations won't have those costs, so we're not going to identify them separately. We're just calculating the avoided costs on non-dispatchable intermittent solar.
Okay, but would you agree that, I mean, there's a change in the avoided cost value that results from including these, the ancillary services requirement in the calculation. Is that right?
I don't think that's exactly right because the original avoided cost used in the current PPAs, it was calculated before we knew how to analyze the variable integration charge. So had we known more about the variable integration charge and the characteristics of those facilities, we probably could have included it in the previous calculation.
Okay. So as I understand it, and I think it's described in your testimony, when Dominion calculated avoided energy costs for these newer projects, it included an assumption that additional reserves equal to 35% of the nameplate capacity of installed solar would be required during the hours when solar was operating?
That's correct.
Okay. Was the assumption that, and I was a little confused by this in the testimony, was the assumption that additional reserves would be required only during solar generating hours or 24/7?
Just during solar generating hours.
Okay. So that 35% assumption was based on the company's observations of what was required to cover the most of the projected 1 hour intermittency of solar. Is that right?
That's correct. We used actual meter data, 15-minute data from 2018 of the existing facilities.
Okay. And just to be clear, when you say this 35%, this is 35% of the nameplate capacity of solar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As distinguished from the projected output of solar. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because those are two very different things, aren't they?
That is correct.
Okay. And so that 35% assumption applied sort of during the entire time solar would be generating, regardless of the actual forecast output?
That's right. It's in a study that covers hourly 8760 for 10 years. So it doesn't, we would have no way of telling it exactly what the forecast was for every day. The solar is a profile, just like the load is a profile.
Okay, so you modeled avoided energy costs with the assumption that for a solar project, you'd have to maintain 35 reserves equal to 35% of nameplate, no matter what the forecast output of solar was.
I'm actually going to have to double check that for sure, because I think that's correct, but I would ask Mr. Neely when he gets up here.
Okay, that's my understanding based on the testimony. Okay, but again, you didn't have Dominion or you didn't have Navigant or any other consultant review this methodology. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to understand. So Dominion's avoided cost calculations that are presented in this hearing, the first one conducted after the Energy Freedom Act is passed, include a new assumption that reduces avoided cost rates by up to 40%, and you did not think, the company didn't think that it was appropriate to have anyone outside the company review that?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Okay, going back to the 35% reserve requirement, the assumption in part of the avoided cost calculations, Mr. Ori of ORS takes issue with this assumption, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay, and so does Mr. Burgess, SCSBA's witness?
Yes.
And also Mr. Stinklick?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to the your responses that are summarized in your included in your summary of your rebuttal testimony, your responses, as I understand them, as I read them, about the reserve requirement all go to the Navigant study and not to this 35% reserve requirement. Is that right?
I think that's correct.
Okay. All right. I'd like to ask you a little bit about the actual operation of Dominion's system. So in practice, and maybe Mr. Hanslick, this may be for you as well. In practice, how does the company decide how much in the way of flexible reserves it requires to deal with solar variability?
We choose 40% of the forecast of solar in the peak hour.
Okay. Explain that a little bit more if you don't mind. Do you choose a single reserve requirement for each day, or does the reserve requirement vary over the course of a day?
We provided in two separate calculations. One of them shows a profile that's contingency reserves plus flexible reserves, with the flexible reserves only showing up as a portion of the forecasted amount for solar every hour. And then we do a peak hour calculation during the day and day ahead also.
Okay, and so what do you do with that peak hour calculation?
Same thing, 40%.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. When I say what do you do with it, well, let's maybe take a look at Mr. Hanslick's graphic right here and use this as an example. So you've got, forecasted. This green line is the forecasted solar output. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it sort of starts at 0, goes all the way up to almost 350 megawatts, and then ramps back down. So over the course of this day, would the company actually maintain a continuous level of flexible reserves, or would it vary the amount of flexible reserves over the course of the day?
I think the answer is yes, but the reserve requirement is a minimum. So sometimes we carry more than that. So because we carried the flexible reserves during the day, in addition to our contingency reserves, we probably have more reserves at night too, but that's not the goal. It's just an outcome.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think I asked you a question A or B, and you said yes. So go back and ask that again. So just speaking specifically of flexible reserves that the company feels it has to maintain for solar, not anything for any other reason, is the company going to maintain on a day like this the same level of flexible reserves across all solar generating hours, or is it going to start with some proportion of is it going to be 40% of this green curve the whole day?
It's going to be 40% of the green curve.
Okay, so almost 0 at the beginning of the day, goes up when solar's 100 megawatts forecast output. you'll be maintaining 40 megawatts of flexible reserves?
That's correct.
Okay. So on a day when the solar forecast doesn't look like this, well, let me back up. This solar forecast, what's that based on?
We buy a forecast from DTN, which used to be a Snyder company. They're one of the leading weather forecast companies for industrial uses. We get a forecast from 5 cities within the service territory for every hour. That forecast includes a forecast of irradiance. In this case, it's one metric called global horizontal irradiance. And it basically tells you how many watts per square meter will be available from the sun during that point in time, and we translate that into a solar forecast.
Okay, so speaking as a lawyer, just weather, time of year, time of day, location, are those sort of the big parameters?
And really, it's that weather forecast that includes the solar irradiance forecast that we use.
Okay, but if you know tomorrow is going to be cloudy, you're not forecasting a big green hump like this. You've got some other much lower level that you're forecasting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so in practice, whatever this green line is, 40% of that is what the company is going to maintain for operating reserves.
That's right. For planning, for short-term planning, like day ahead and within the day. But during the hour when the operator is actually balancing load, it falls over to Mr. Hanslick. He'll keep 40% of actual in mind.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Okay, but so I understand correctly, you're doing 40% of actual, 40% of forecast, maybe up and down a little bit to account for actuals. But what the company assumes in the avoided cost calculation is 35% of this top level number all the time solar's generating. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it'd be on this graph, it'd be like a bar going across 100 or so, and that's the level reserved constantly the whole time.
That's correct.
Okay, and so at sometimes that 35% of nameplate requirement would exceed the actual amount of solar generation that's even forecast on the system, wouldn't it?
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Hanslick, I'd like to direct your attention to page 21 of your rebuttal testimony, where you're asked whether the 35% operating reserve requirement is sufficient. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you testify that, in your view, 35% is not sufficient. Is that right?
Based on what we see in real time,
Mm-hmm.
and the way we've seen the solar output fluctuate
Okay.
throughout the day, I don't think that's enough.
Okay. But that's because you say system control counts 60% of forecasted solar to be reliable and 40% at risk. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but again, this 40% that's at risk refers to the forecast of the actual output of solar, right?
Yes, at risk, yes.
Okay, and not 40% of nameplate.
Right.
Okay. So what you're really saying here is that it'd be insufficient to maintain 35% of the forecast solar output as flexible reserves. Is that right?
I'm not sure I follow you on that one.
Okay. Well, you say in the question that's asked to you is, is this 35% operating reserve requirement sufficient? And you say no, right?
35% is not sufficient on days when solar is fluctuating.
Okay.
Intermittent.
All right. And so, but when you say 35%, you're referring to 35% of forecast output. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You're not referring to 35%.
35% of 35% is nameplate.
Okay. But you're comparing 35% of nameplate to 40% of forecast output, right?
Right, and if our forecasted output is nameplate, we would go with 40%.
Okay, but forecast output is not. I mean, it doesn't exactly hit nameplate all the time, does it?
No.
Okay. And here on this chart here, I'm not sure what nameplate would be here, but nameplate is just the very peak level, like the highest level, right? Or nameplate might be higher than this, wouldn't it?
Can't tell from that chart.
Well, it's certainly not lower than the highest peak.
It's not lower.
Okay.
It would be equal to.
So I guess when you say you're comparing 40% of forecast output to 35% of nameplate, I mean, you're really just comparing apples and oranges here, aren't you?
I'd like to have 40% of the forecasted amount of solar.
Right. But you're not saying anything
across
about...
the peak.
Okay, but you're not saying anything about nameplate, are you?
I'd like to have 40% of the output, the forecasted output of solar.
Okay. I hear you like to have 40% of the forecasted output of solar, but I didn't hear you say nameplate in that sentence, right?
I didn't.
Okay. And based on what I've heard from Mr. Bell, I mean, the 35% of nameplate assumption, constant nameplate assumption, does not actually reflect the actual amount of reserves that are maintained by Dominion over the period in which it's had significant amounts of solar on its system, does it?
35%?
Of nameplate, correct.
I can't answer that because the numbers we see are based on the forecast.
Okay, but that could...
I don't compare forecast to nameplate when I get the reserve sheets every day.
Okay, yeah, because it doesn't make sense to compare forecast to nameplate, does it?
No, in operating in real time, we want to focus on our forecasts. That's what we plan around. That's what we operate around, our forecasts. If they deviate, we want to make sure we've got enough reserves to cover it.
Okay. So in calculating avoided cost, you think it maybe would make more sense, since percent of forecast output is what you actually use in calibrating your operating or your flexible reserves, you think it might make more sense to assume reserves that are equal to some percentage of forecast output instead of nameplate?
When you started by calculating avoided costs, you just got out of my wheel.
Fair enough. Okay, but it wouldn't be realistic to assume that the reserves that are required by solar bear some constant relationship to their nameplate, right?
Yeah, and it could be 100%.
Okay.
And in operating in real time, we're assuming it's going to be 100% at some point in the year.
Okay, but on a daily basis, you don't assume it's going to be 100% nameplate. I mean, I'm sure there are days when it is, but you don't assume that every
There
day.
are days when it could be, but if we're planning on reserves going forward, we're going to assume that nameplate and forecast will be equal at some point.
Okay. So, Mr. Hanslick, I get a few more questions. So solar is not the only type of generation unit that requires operating reserves, is it?
That's correct.
Okay. So you discussed in your testimony the fact that baseload plants require contingency reserves. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's a NERC BAL 2 standard that we have to maintain contingency reserves to recover within 15 minutes for loss of the generating unit.
Okay, and those are needed to they're part and parcel of running that kind of generating unit?
They're part and parcel to recovering for loss of a major generating unit.
Okay, but if you run baseload units, you got to have contingency reserves, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And contingency reserves, operating reserves, they're a form of ancillary services, aren't they?
I don't know if it's an ancillary service. We provide them through a reserve sharing group.
Okay. Are there other kinds of ancillary services that are required for different types of baseload units?
I'm not familiar with that.
So, say frequency regulation, do you require that as an ancillary service?
We provide frequency regulation according to the BAL 3 standard.
Okay.
We provide primary frequency response. Mm-hmm. That's on our rotating machines that have the inertia to provide that type of response.
Okay. So they provide that kind of response. And what requires that kind of response? Are those general system conditions, or are there specific generating units that cause the need for that?
That's actually currently being reviewed by NERC, the resource subcommittee. They're looking at primary frequency response in all three of the interconnections. They're looking at what levels we receive. So when frequency drops 0.036 hertz, that's when they are evaluating what the response rate is for the units across the country, as far as the primary frequency response. And then what happens after that is how they recover through their automatic generation control.
Okay, thanks. Have you ever been asked to quantify the cost of operating reserves, or either of you, have you ever been asked to quantify the cost of operating reserves that would be associated with a specific generating unit?
I haven't.
Mr. Bell?
No.
Okay. And to your knowledge, either of you, and I understand this may not be within your bailiwick, but as far as you know, is the cost of operating reserves for a potential or planned generating unit factored into the company's resource planning decisions?
Can you say that again?
So we discussed that baseload units require operating reserves, right? That's sort of, they come with ancillary services requirements. When the company is looking at its resource plans, deciding what's the least cost, resource, that sort of thing, making those decisions, to your knowledge, does it factor in the cost of those operating reserves when it looks at those units?
I don't know how they calculate that cost.
Okay.
Operating reserves for existing units and any company-owned units that are rate-based go into the fuel clause as additional startups and carrying costs. They're also, when they're studied in ProSim, they're given a forced outage rate that has associated cost with it, and that would be reflected also.
Okay, and that's reflected in the resource planning decisions.
That would be resourced in the I guess they call it the differential revenue requirement. When you do analysis of the future unit, you would include that.
Okay. This is, I guess, for either of you all, maybe for Mr. Bell, but Dr. Tanner, are you aware that Dr. Tanner says in his study, Dr. Tanner or Davigant says in his studies that it would be possible for solar plus storage projects to interconnect to Dominion system without increasing reserve requirements?
Yes.
Would you agree with that statement?
They could be able to if the project was specified correctly.
Okay, and what do you mean by specified correctly?
It has to have an acceptable amount of energy associated with the storage project and a certain amount of output capability from the storage project, the storage side of the project also.
Okay, so some technical specs that have to be met to avoid incurring reserve requirements. Is that an okay way to summarize that?
I think so.
Okay. And Dr. Tanner says in his report or in his testimony that the conditions, those technical specifications, should be defined in detail, doesn't he?
You mean like if the project was brought to Dominion for analysis and like for a form PPA?
Well, he suggests that the company should define those conditions that have to be met in detail. You agree with that?
I don't think he says that.
Okay. If Dominion could dispatch the power, sorry. So would you agree that coupling solar with the storage facility and allowing dispatch would solve or could solve most, if not all, of the operational issues that you all identify with solar facilities?
It's possible.
Okay, if the specifications of the facility were right.
That's possible.
Okay. To your knowledge, are those technical specifications set out in detail in the company's filings in this case?
No, usually a project will bring their technical specifications to us. We don't normally tell a company what exact specifications to bring to us.
Okay. How about operational requirements? Would a storage facility or a solar plus storage facility have to meet certain operational requirements to avoid incurring the need for flexible reserves?
I think so.
Okay. But Dominion hasn't proposed any operational requirements in this docket to say how a solar plus storage facility could do that, have they?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer that.
Not to your knowledge. Yeah. Okay. And to your knowledge, the company hasn't proposed PPA contract terms and conditions that would deal with storage, have they?
And I have to go to Mr. Cassis about that.
Okay. But all things being equal, from an operational standpoint, would Dominion rather have dispatchable solar and solar plus storage facilities enter into PURPA contracts rather than solar facilities without storage?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I'm not sure about that question is the PURPA part. I don't know what the PURPA
Okay,
entails.
right, understood. And are you aware that Dominion is obligated by a settlement entered into in the merger docket to propose a solar plus storage avoided cost rate by the end of this end of calendar year 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Dominion has said that it intends to propose that solar plus storage rate later in the year and not in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't it be more efficient to have that issue and that rate issue resolved in this proceeding rather than in a separate proceeding that the commission has to convene?
I think that you'll find that solar plus storage has so many different variations that are possible between those two, between that type of storage and that type of generator, that you could never cover it with a single specification. In fact, you probably wouldn't, because it probably needs to change as more of it becomes available.
Okay. Are you aware that Duke Energy, Carolinas in Progress have proposed a so-called storage protocol as part of their standard PPAs in their avoided cost docket?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Mr. Bell, in your testimony, you say that you're the manager of economic resource commitment for Dominion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you're responsible for purchasing, among your other responsibilities, you're responsible for arranging for the purchase of natural gas to supply Dominion's power plants. Is that right?
I don't actually make the purchases, but the department does specify or plan how much gas we're going to need on a daily basis, and we direct those purchases.
Okay, but you know where Dominion gets its gas from.
Yes, I do.
Okay, where does it get its gas from?
It gets it from, you talking about like where the actual gas comes out of the
Yeah, where
ground?
the suppliers of natural. I don't know what state it comes from, but I mean,
yeah, so
generally
it's-
speaking, who do you procure it from?
It comes from a number of companies. It's got gas marketers, gas producers. I don't know exactly who they are. I don't work that closely with them.
Okay.
But, we get supply from the Gulf Coast and from the shale gas, like Marcellus and stuff.
Okay,
Down.
and how does that natural gas, get to Dominion's generating units in South Carolina?
Through pipelines.
Okay. Does Dominion's parent company have an affiliate, or does Dominion have an affiliate that owns and operates a natural gas pipeline that delivers natural gas to some of Dominion's gas plants in South Carolina?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I presume that they are compensated for transporting that gas?
They are.
Okay. And together with Duke, Dominion owns 95% of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline project. Is that right?
I don't know that.
Okay. Are you aware that Dominion has an ownership stake in that project?
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
And that, as currently planned, it's intended to terminate in Lumberton, which is about 21 miles from the South Carolina border.
I thought it was Pembroke, North Carolina.
I could be wrong, but
Chairman, I'm not quite sure. I'll rise to object. I'm not sure what a pipeline in North Carolina has to do with avoided cost in South Carolina.
I promise I'll get to
I would
quickly.
object on the ground of relevancy.
Okay. The underlying issue here that has been discussed in detail by was raised by by Dominion's witnesses is there is a claim that Dominion has no financial incentive to depress the avoided costs, and that it is financially neutral as to whether power is generated by QFs. The point that I'm getting to here is that Dominion shareholders earn revenue from the transport of natural gas into South Carolina, and that that is the point that I'm getting to, and I'll get there quickly.
Okay, I'm going to overrule, let you continue.
Okay.
Let's move on to that point.
I certainly will. Thank you. So, Mr. Bell, so would you agree that Dominion shareholders are, through the company, are compensated for the transport of natural gas into South Carolina? Is that right?
They actually aren't right now. There's a sub that's within the state, and it does cross state lines into Georgia. So yeah, the answer is correct.
Okay, okay. And so, all things being equal, the more gas that is transported through those pipelines, the more money Dominion, the parent company, makes. Is that right?
There's a small distinction. It's a cost-based tariff.
Okay.
So right now, if there's no growth on the system, they don't make any more money.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay, so all things being equal, from a financial standpoint, the affiliate that runs the pipeline would probably rather see more natural gas being combusted in the state to generate power. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay,
Yes.
and every kilowatt hour that is generated by a solar facility is 1 kilowatt hour less that is generated by burning natural gas that has to be transported into the state. Is that right?
Or some fossil fuel.
Or some other fossil fuel, yes. But you'd agree with that?
Or some other fossil fuel.
Or some other fossil fuel, okay. Assuming, well, okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnson Development. Mr. Golden.
Chairman, I don't have any.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. SACE and SCCL. Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lauren Bowen. I'm an attorney with Southern Environmental Law Center here on behalf of SACE and CCL today. I believe my questions are mostly for you, Mr. Hanslick, though if it's easier for you, Mr. Bell, to answer, that's also fine. So my first question is to confirm, Dominion Energy South Carolina is not a physical island, correct?
Correct. We're part of an interconnection.
Part of the Eastern Interconnection in particular. What are the benefits to being part of that Eastern Interconnection?
Benefits are the fact that we're connected. It's easier to balance the system, and it allows us to make economy purchases or make sales across the grid. It allows us to be part of a reserve sharing group. Just system stability and reliability.
Great, and your reliability requirements are less stringent than they would be if you were a physically islanded system, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think we have the same standards that we'd have to be compliant with.
The NERC standards specifically have Eastern Interconnection requirements within them, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And my understanding, again, a lawyer here, but my understanding is also being part of the Eastern Interconnection means that if you've got some imbalances over the course of the day, because you are not physically islanded, you don't necessarily have to chase each of those variations, right? You've got that benefit of being physically interconnected to other utilities and balancing authorities.
You don't have to chase them, but you still have to adhere to the control performance standard in BAL 1, and that's a standard where we get a score every minute based on whether we're helping the interconnection frequency or hurting the interconnection frequency. And if we were to ignore that and just sort of not chase it every minute, we just accumulate poor CPS 1 scores, and that does impact our ability to comply with BAL 1.
But you don't have a NERC violation until you get longer than a minute, right? We're talking 15 minutes or 30 minutes or longer, depending on the particular standard.
There's two parts of it. One is 30 minutes in the non-compliant zone, and the other one is a running total of those 1 minute scores that we get a monthly average.
It's spread out across time. Yeah, you've got your monthly averages and then looking at over the month, over the year, et cetera.
Spread out over time, but as you accumulate CPS 1 scores below 100%, then you have to make up for it.
Yeah.
And that's a lot harder to do when and you have to really focus and set your limits and move. Actually, it requires you to move your generating units more frequently to maintain that standard.
So turning to the 40%, the 40% of forecast amount that you and Mr. Snowden talked about, a fair amount. This is on page 21 of your rebuttal testimony. You first raised this, and you say DSC considers 40% of the forecasted solar to be at risk and support maintaining reserves to remain that. When did you first implement that assumption or that rule of thumb?
I think Mr. Bell provides us a daily reserve calculation, actually does it twice a day for the current day and the next day. And I think over time it's evolved into that number as we've had experience operating a system and actually seeing things like these charts. And these aren't anomalies by any means. We see this frequently. But I can't tell you the exact date. We kind of grew into it.
So, okay, so understood, evolved or grew into that. Are we talking in the past few months, past 3 months, 4 months?
I think probably going into the summer. I think we were looking at summer peaks.
We were doing a calculation last year. We started forecasting solar, I can't remember exactly when, but sometime early last year. And then soon after that, we started putting a reserve requirement down.
Well, I'm hearing two different things. Soon after that, but then also this summer is when you really looked at the
I wasn't sure.
Number.
I know we had it going into the summer because I always looked at what the forecast was across the peak.
Mm-hmm. So potentially last year, but certainly this year, as you're seeing more solar come online, still fairly recent assumption or rule of thumb here that you're using in your operations. Okay.
Chairman, I believe we're getting into statements here, not questions. I think Mr. Bell answered.
Close that
Sure.
microphone, mister.
I must not have been close enough. You were getting into statements and not questions here. And I think Mr. Bell's answered the question as to when this occurred.
Okay, let's keep it at questions, Ms. Bowen.
Okay, somewhat answered, but we'll take what we've got. Okay. So, Mr. Hanslick, you've been with the company for many years now. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you are currently manager of System Control Center, correct?
Yes.
And you've been in that role about 7 years?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about a day in January in 2014. And I think you'll probably know what day I'm talking about.
January 7th.
You got it. That's exactly right. Do you want to tell me what happened on January 7th?
How much do you want to know?
Let's keep this one brief.
Well, why don't we do it as yes or no then? So on January 7th, 2014, formerly SCNG, now Dominion Energy South Carolina, lost 610 megawatts. A coal unit came offline. Is that right?
That plus several other units.
The ERCOT units, yeah.
ERCOT units, some turbines. So yeah, I think it was 1,100 megawatts total.
Yeah, I believe that's right. So, and then it was a particularly cold and windy day. Started losing those units about 6 or 7 a.m. Does that all ring a bell?
Started losing the units or prior to midnight. We lost a steam unit at ERCOT, and we thought that they'd be able to maintain the turbine. Shortly after midnight, they called and said they wouldn't be able to maintain the turbine, so we just wrote off 220 megawatts there. So in order to make up for that, we started our other turbines so we could pump Fairfield full for the day. Because Fairfield was actually running behind because we didn't have enough to pump them up. And it was important that we had them full going into the peak. And then through after midnight, we had other units trip. And Williams tripped at about 10 after 6 that morning.
When was Fairfield pumped? When did you pump that station? You said you used CT units to pump that?
Throughout the night.
But over the course of the evening? Okay.
So even about 2:45 that morning, we had an emergency curtailment of our uninterruptible customers.
Mm-hmm. Yep, curtailment of customers. I think you mentioned bringing on your standby generators, called on those interruptible industrial customers to preserve load. You also implemented some voltage reduction, dropped the voltage a bit to reduce power and load. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, I think you probably were there for this. The company gave an ex parte briefing to the commission after that incident to sort of explain what happened and sort of walk through that.
I was not there. I think Lee Xanthakis, our vice president, made that presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Great. But you know what I'm referring to. And one of the things that was discussed was you responded to this highly unlikely event in a very controlled manner and seeking to preserve the grid. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were able to sort of deploy different resources to do that. It wasn't just a matter of what are our operating reserves. You had different tools in your toolbox to deal with this very unusual circumstance.
Right. We implemented the system operating procedure that addressed energy capacity issues and went through every single tool in that toolbox before we decided to have a controlled load shed.
Mm-hmm. And when there was some discussion at this ex parte briefing, publicly available, would ask to take judicial notice of it in docket 2014-3E, February 27th, 2014. But there was some discussion about, what do you do going forward? Do you enclose all your generating units so they're not as subject to the cold and the wind? And, the response, as I understand it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is we don't want to gold plate everything. We've got to, there's a balance here between risk and cost. Would you agree with that?
Well, actually, we spent, I don't know the exact number, but it was $30 million, something like that, to address the deficiencies that we had in those plants, put in new heat tracing to keep things warm, space heaters and insulation and all the things that we needed. That was done through the first and second quarters of 2014. The winter of 2015, we had an equally as cold day and did not have a single issue with meeting our customers' demand that day.
Yeah, and so you did that balancing of what are all the things that we could do and what are the potential costs there, and you figured out, okay, this is going to make the most sense going forward for us and our customers, right?
Well, I think there was a compliance issue we looked at too. That event, the polar vortex in 2014, had one of our neighbors, because as a reserve sharing group, we were all having problems. Everybody, in fact, Duke had a unit trip and called back all the reserves that they had sent us. That's when we had to shed load. Had another unit tripped within VACAR, or we had another unit trip, it would have been a much bigger event than it was. As it turned out, it was just isolated to RBA because we were the one losing the units, but it could have easily, because of what was going on in the Southeast, Southern companies not in our reserve sharing group, they were having problems also because we were trying to get power from them, and as big as they are, they could send us 100 megawatts.
Mm-hmm. But it does help when you've got when you understand there may be unusual circumstances, but when you've got the ability to have a reserve sharing agreement or call on neighboring utilities in an unusual circumstance like that. That was helpful.
Mr. Ziegler.
Chairman, we seem to be a long way away from avoided costs for solar. I would object to this line on a relevancy basis.
I'm happy to explain why I'm asking the question, if that will help. Mr. ORS witness Horry in this proceeding talks about weighing the costs and benefits of the operating or other reserves that we are requiring of independent power producers. And so I'm making a point about making that balancing, and the company does do that with their own resources.
Okay, I'm going to let you continue, but let's get to that point pretty fast.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So I do well, and we can probably end it there and just point out. And I don't know, Mr. Hanslick, if you've reviewed Mr. Horry's testimony in this proceeding. Have you done that?
Not in detail.
Okay. I believe this is my last just couple of questions about that 2014 event, because the company also talked about, in particular, benchmarking with other utilities on how they were handling those kinds of events. So I would assume that the company has started benchmarking utility practices for integrating large amounts of solar as well. So would you mind confirming or denying for me whether the company has started to do that?
I don't know about the company is benchmarking the solar. I'll go back to the first part of your question. I know that CERC does a winter survey every year as a result of cold weather event in Texas in 2011. We had 2014, and there was another one in 2017 that hit some of the utilities within the CERC area. And
so shifting again to solar integration, Dominion, we've heard testimony already today. You are starting to see, 20 or 25% of retail peak demand coming from solar. So what have you done to confer with other utilities in similar situations regarding best practices for integrating renewables?
We haven't done any kind of benchmarking. We've talked with our peers at Duke Progress and Duke Carolinas, and kind of what they're doing. They're putting together curtailment plans to be able to curtail during the winter months when it's really going to be an issue in balancing the system. Other than that, I know they're having some of the same problems that we foresee when we get up above the 500 megawatts up to 1,000 megawatts.
And they proposed essentially an integration charge on renewables in the proceeding we'll hear next week, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. But you haven't talked to any other utilities at this point, just Duke Energy Carolinas in progress? And
informally with our contacts at Southern Company when we see them at CERC meetings.
Okay. Mr. Stone touched on this a little bit with you, but the navigant consultant that the company retained makes recommendations regarding mitigation for intermittent renewable resources. We just talked for a minute about benchmarking. Have you or your team taken any other steps to implement the recommendations put forward by your navigant consultant?
Currently, for the winter load curve, when we see load rapidly dropping after the morning peak, the sun comes up and solar's increasing its output. We do foresee some problems, and we are planning to implement a curtailment program. It's really more of a minimum generation procedure where we do all the things that we can do to get our units to the bottom, but yet still maintain reliability, bring them back for the next peak. And also, once we get that far and we can't go any further, that's when we'll implement the curtailment part of that procedure.
Okay, and I'm sorry, and you've proposed those curtailment procedures in this proceeding, or you plan to do that going forward?
No, that was a procedure and process that was reviewed with Mr. Cassis and some other representatives from Dominion with some of the solar stakeholders.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. ORS. Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bell, I'm going to start with you. In your rebuttal testimony dated October 7th, you referred to the hour-by-hour solar generation forecast by Dominion using detailed forecast weather data. I believe that's pages 2 and 3. Please describe the factors used to develop these forecasts.
So every day, twice a day, we get basically it's a file, electronic file that has a weather forecast in it. So it's not exactly like what you would see on television for a weather forecast. but it's got the same models behind it, and it's been processed by a vendor that we have a contract with. It's DTN. They sent us a weather file. It's got weather forecast data hourly for 5 cities in our service territory, and each of those 5 cities for every hour for the next couple of weeks. We get, and just like anything, just like any forecast that you would look at, the further out it is, the less reliable that you feel like it is. But the key to that, though, is it has temperatures for every hour, forecasted temperatures, and forecast amount of cloud cover and humidity, and also the factor I was talking about earlier with the global horizontal irradiance. So it has an irradiance forecast, and we translate that into a solar forecast.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. In particular, does the forecast of solar generation in a future period, say 1 hour ahead, take into account the current level of solar generation?
Our forecasts are done in the morning and the afternoon, so it's probably not going to change within the hour.
How far in advance of the hour these solar forecasts develop? What's the limit on timing?
We like I said, the forecast file goes out a couple weeks, so we will forecast a given day, 14 times before we get there. So we just as we get closer to the day, the forecast gets better in theory.
And so the forecasts are calculated only for 1 hour, right?
That's right. They're not calculated like during the hour, just every hour. There's 24 of them a day.
Okay.
That's right.
Any reason why they're not shorter intervals, like 15 minutes or 5 minutes?
That's a good question. We've never asked that. We haven't asked that recently, but it might be worth asking.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move to Mr. Hanslick. In your rebuttal testimony on page 21, lines 8 through 12, you state that system control counts 60% of forecasted solar across the peak hour as reliable power, and from recent operating experience considers 40% to be at risk. Dominion must therefore maintain reserves to support this remaining 40% of forecasted solar output, which is not counted on for reliability purposes and is assumed to be generation that could be lost. I also refer you to, and that was a quote, I also refer you to Mr. Bell's rebuttal testimony on page 7, lines 12 through 13, where he notes that Dominion, and I quote, Dominion's actual operating practice requires additional reserves, that is the 40% of actual output for solar intermittency. Again, I note that you used the word forecasted solar, and Mr. Bell used the words actual output. Please describe in more detail system control's actual practice in setting the amount of reserves to account for solar intermittency.
So we start the day with a operating plan that we receive from Mr. Bell's group. It's an operating plan that's put together to dispatch our generation kind of in an economic order. It's an economic dispatch. And then included in there is solar with the 40% considered non-firm. So with that plan, we've actually used the forecast. Is that because the operating plan is an hour-by-hour forecast of load and of every generating unit that we have available, what the output of that unit would be if that forecast is accurate. And included in there is actually we put 100% of solar in the hour-by-hour operating plan, but we know that if we lose it, we have 40% in reserves that can fill that gap.
And so that's based on forecast or actual output?
It's forecast. It's a forecast that we get every morning, roughly 8 o'clock, and then it's updated shortly after lunch around 1 o'clock.
How frequently does the amount of reserves set to account for solar intermittency change, and on what basis is it set?
When the afternoon forecast comes out, they will adjust that based on any weather patterns that may be coming up. As in summertime, there's thunderstorms are kind of hit or miss, And by then, we can get, I won't say a good feel for what's going to happen with solar, but if we know that there's storms on the way, we could reduce it. And with that adjustment after lunch, if we do reduce the solar output, we would look at our other units that could fill that gap, including the 40% that we had in reserve.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Hanslick, I'm going to start with you. On page 13 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that NERC standards require a balancing authority to restore the area control error within 15 minutes. ORS witness Mr. Horry's operating reserve recommendation was 13 to 18%, I believe. Would Mr. Horry's operating reserve recommendation prevent the company from restoring the area control error?
Okay, so that 15-minute requirement is if we lose an emergency loss of generation, one of our baseload plants. That does not apply to solar.
Okay.
It's part of our reserve sharing agreement that we can call on and provide our portion of the reserves, call our neighbors to get any other reserves that we may need. For example, if Williams were to trip at 600 megawatts, that's 600 we would have to replace to restore that ACE, and we have 15 minutes to do that. Solar would not. Solar could help or could hurt. So if while we're in that in the restoration phase, in that 15 minutes, if we were to lose every megawatt of solar generation that we would lose during that 15 minutes, we would have to increase our recovery amount above that 600 because have to restore our ACE to where it was when it started. In other words, if we lose 50 megawatts of solar during that time frame, we'd have to get 650 megawatts to get our ACE back to where it was.
So Mr. Horry's recommendation of 13 to 18%, that would be more comparable to the 40% that you're, or 35%.
Yeah.
That you have now, and you say you would really like to see 40, but that would be comparable to that reserve.
That's right. That's solar specific.
Okay. On the two slides that you showed, one for September 9th, I think the other was for August 4th. Do you know why there was the decline in the solar, the actual?
So I think like the September 9th where we had the dip and then it came back, August 4th, yeah, August 4th, sorry. So we actually went back and checked what the weather was that day, and we specifically looked at Charleston because typically in the summertime, it seems like there's been more thunderstorms popping up in the southern area of our territory, where we do have a large number of solar farms. And of course, they're out in the country, land's cheap, that's where the solar generation sits. So it's apparent that thunderstorms were rolling through the area, hung around for a while, and they kind of blew out. Some of the solar came back. Of course, then another storm hit and knocked it back down.
So you were able to determine that the dip on August the 4th was weather related.
It's weather related, and we've seen typical curves like that we can follow the weather in real time, and we know we're about to lose solar. We need to figure out what we're going to do. The question is whether it's going to come back or not.
Well, and let's look at that. If you start seeing the decline, start seeing it go down, what are you going to look for first? Is it weather related?
It's weather related. We do have a screen that the controllers have that they can look at the output of individual plants, and so they can see the plants that are below what they would forecast to be that day. And if they happen to be all in the same area, then we would indicate weather. If it's one or two big plants that have just gone to zero, then it may be an issue with the plant itself.
And then if you can look at the forecast and you can see what's coming in. I mean, do y'all have a radar? Can you see the weather that's?
Yeah, we're looking at weather radar.
Okay. I mean, can you change the forecast then, depending on what the weather looks like that's going to roll through for the next few hours?
Well, we prepare the day with those reserves. The only thing that we may change is if we think the loss of solar will be greater than what we have in reserves, we may look to beef up our reserves and do what we need to do to get through it. But typically, we've gone into the day with adequate reserves to address those situations.
Even if the storm comes up and solar's not, it doesn't look like solar's going to come back. That's what your plan. That's what your 35% reserve is.
That's kind of what that chart indicates on September 9th.
Do you know that was weather related?
I don't know definitely, but that's an indication of a couple things there. Is one, it makes me think it's weather related, is at about 3 o'clock was when we hit our system peak. And we typically hit our system peak on a load like that would be closer to 5 o'clock. So that tells me that again, solar got hit first, and then it might have moved into Charleston or Columbia or one of our other load centers and sort of basically stopped that load from increasing any further the rest of the day because of the thunderstorm.
Mr. Bell, you looked like you were indicating that you knew it was weather related.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what the definition of weather is, but you know, all these things depend on sunlight. So it's got to be cloud cover or clouds and rain, you know, something like that. And sometimes it's forecasted, sometimes it's not. But we do know that the ability to forecast the exact levels of cloud cover, we don't see that as a very good forecast in our normal daily operations. And then knowing exactly where the clouds are going to be, that's even, you know, we don't even want to even go there. So,
thank you very much. Appreciate your gentleman's testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bell, just wanted to follow up with you real quickly about an answer you gave to Commissioner Williams about, he asked you about forecast for solar being in shorter intervals, shorter than less than an hour, such as 15 minutes. I think, talk to me just a minute if you could. And you told him, I think in your answer, that something we might ought to look into. What if you did have those forecasts in 15-minute intervals instead of an hour? I think you said you got 24 of them a day. And then describe that versus what Mr. Hanslick was talking about. I know he said the balancing authority doesn't apply, you know, for the 15-minute rule doesn't apply to solar when maintaining the balancing authority for our state. And you referenced having to reach out to VACAR, Southern, and others in neighboring states. But what would that involve with your staff as far as if you're looking at things more frequently, and then you've got this obligation with the balancing authority on that side, how would your staff handle that?
yeah, Commissioner Whitfield, we're not exactly sure how that would work together because, like I said, we don't have it in place now. But it seems like to me that if you had a better forecast, a more frequent forecast, you would have better knowledge on the short term. But I think that would be good. That would be good to have a better knowledge in that short term, out to an hour or 2 hours. But one point we're making is on the additional reserves. We're looking at our system, and we only have so many types of units that we can bring on in that 15 minutes to 1 hour to 2 hour time frame. We basically just have, you know, and it depends. I'm not going to say it's simple, but it depends on what units we have online. But if we have, you know, a significant unit offline, like a coal-fired steam plant,
Like Williams.
yeah, like Williams, we're not going to get that in time. Then there's a whole bunch of units that run the whole gamut in between, but very few of them are under 4 hours. So we almost have to be ready for what's going to happen outside of that time frame to make sure we have our contingency reserves.
Well, thank you for that description. I've heard it said recently that, of course, some of the coal-fired plants are being utilized, ramping up and down like they never have before, and being utilized in a different manner than they ever have before.
I think that's true. I think, I haven't studied it, but I think you could say our coal plants move up and down more than they used to.
Well, certainly, I'm appreciate your answer, and having more information is, as they say, knowledge is power, and having that more frequently would certainly, as you have attested, give you a little more power, a little more discretion, if you will. But certainly, you do have these balancing authority rules and regulations to comply with from both NERC and FERC.
That's right. That's right. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to continue with commissioner questions in just a minute. That clock's a little ahead, but we're going to take a break and come back at 3:30. Please be seated. Okay, welcome back. I believe Commissioner Irvin's got a question now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bill, I'm interested in knowing whether or not Dominion could add other utilities as contributors to the sharing group as a way to increase your reserve capacity.
No, I'm sorry, Commissioner Irvin, I don't really know the answer to that one.
Well, let's ask Mr. Hanslick. I bet he knows.
I think that would be difficult because to be in the reserve sharing group, you really want to be contiguous or have a transmission path to the utility. And I know Southern Company has their own group. And then to the north is where our VACAR partners are. And you get beyond Virginia, you're in PJM. So I think because geographically, I don't think we can add anymore.
Well, would you be willing to check? Because Southern companies are just not that far away. They geographically, it would seem that might be a logical place to look, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Would you be willing to look on behalf of the commission and give us a written response prior to the closing of the docket? I think it would be helpful in this respect. We would at least know where we stand in terms of reserve capacity, and to the extent we can increase reserve capacity, it solves lots of problems for lots of interested parties. Primarily the ratepayers that to avoid a situation like that date you discussed when we had the Arctic blast. It's such a cold day. It would give us reserve capacity in an emergency situation.
I may not personally look, but I'll
You'll have someone that could
take a look at it.
give us a written response. That'd be helpful. The other thing that I was thinking about, the hottest day in South Carolina this year was October the 3rd. We saw consistently across the state highs of 97, 98 plus degrees. And that's been the pattern over the last few years, hasn't it?
We've had some above average temperatures well into what we would call the fall. That's correct.
Which is very unusual. It seems to be consistent with global warming effects due to climate change, although, everybody says, well, it's just weather, but it seems to be a consistent pattern of higher highs and even nighttime highs. That's significant too, isn't it? Because it affects everything you do.
That's correct.
So I'm curious, why would we not consider looking at summer peaking as opposed to winter peaking?
As far as our capacity?
Yes, sir.
Well, we look at both, and right now they're running real close. What we peak in summer, what we peak in the winter. I think where the winter peak, where the thought is that we're winter peaking, is the last two system peaks we had were in the winter.
That was how many years ago?
I think it was 2015. You remember? 2015.
I'd like for you to look at from that point forward and just see, what kind of, see if we see a pattern, because the reading and the research that I've done, I believe for the last 5 years, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for the last 5 years, we've seen a consistent increase in higher highs during the daytime and higher highs at nighttime as well. And, I'm just curious. I didn't know if you'd looked at the, the past 4 years or 5 years. It would be an interesting statistic to to see on a chart.
I think Dr. Lynch would probably provide more details.
Yes, sir.
to that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions? Okay, any redirect, Mr. Ziegler?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your testimony today, and you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll call the next panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the company, we call Dr. Lynch, Dr. Tanner, and Mr. Lee to the stand. I'm going to need a third chair.
I think we're coming with the chair. We got it, yeah. Thank you. That's okay. I got a Quattro pizza ordered for 7 o'clock anyway, so I'm ready. Well, I don't believe I invited anybody on that one, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to start with, I'm going to go right down the table, Dr. Lynch, Dr. Tanner, Mr. Neely, in that order.
Okay, let's swear him in first.
That would be a good thing.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lynch.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Joseph Lynch,
And by whom are you employed?
Dominion Energy, South Carolina.
In what capacity?
I'm the manager of resource planning.
In connection with this proceeding, Dr. Lynch, I'm going to talk with you first about your direct testimony. Did you cause direct testimony consisting of 25 pages to be pre-filed in this case?
I did.
Are there any corrections or changes to be made to your direct testimony?
There are not.
If I asked you the questions that appear in that pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same while under oath here today?
They would be the same.
Mr. Chairman, we would move the introduction as if given orally from the stand, the pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Lynch.
Dr. Lynch's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Lynch, did you have 4 exhibits attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I did.
Are there any corrections or changes to be made to the exhibits?
There are not.
And those exhibits, I believe, Dr. Lynch, are JML 1 through JML 4, and they are in order: the capacity benefits of solar QFs, peak demand forecast is number 2, the 2018 reserve margin study is number 3, and the loss of load expectancy study is number 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, we would move as the next hearing exhibit the 4 exhibits attached to the pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Lynch.
Dr. Lynch's 4 exhibits, JML 1 through 4, will be entered as exhibit number 4.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Lynch, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed direct?
I have.
Please deliver that at this time.
Good afternoon, Chairman Randall and members of the Commission. In my direct testimony, I discussed certain analyses which support the development of the resource plan used by the company to calculate the company's avoided costs. More particularly, I discussed 4 studies attached as exhibits to my testimony. The first is a solar capacity benefit study. The second is a peak demand forecast report. The third is the company's reserve margin study. And the fourth, a loss of load expectation, or LOLE study. The solar capacity benefit study updates the company's solar analysis using a composite solar profile from the generation of 7 solar farms on the company's system. In analyzing the impact of solar on daily system peaks, the study showed that during the 7 non-summer months of October through April, solar had no effect on daily system peaks on about 77% of those days, because the system peaked before sunrise or after sunset. Furthermore, the study showed that solar does not allow the company to avoid the need for winter capacity in its resource plan, because the winter peak typically occurs before sunrise when solar is not producing power. The study also analyzed a more recent composite solar profile based on 21 solar farms. This later analysis is preliminary in the sense that its results will be reflected in our 2020 IRP. The analysis of this later solar profile resulted in the same conclusions just stated. The peak demand forecast report explains that the seasonal peak demand forecasts are calculated using customer and energy sales forecasts and the load characteristics of each customer class calculated in the company's customer load survey program. Adjustments are made to account for incremental impacts of energy efficiency and incremental net energy metering on the system. The results of this study show that the company's winter peak demand is projected to be higher than its summer peak demand over the 15-year planning horizon under normal weather conditions.
This is largely due to changes in customer usage patterns resulting from energy efficiency and conservation having different seasonal impacts. However, the difference between the summer and winter peak forecasts could easily reverse with a small change in customer load characteristics. The company also updated its reserve margin study. This study analyzed the company's daily capacity needs to serve customers reliably, and from that analysis calculated a base level of reserves. The study also analyzed the demand risk at time of its seasonal peak demands by developing probability distributions for demand and for capacity outages by season. The results of the study support the continued use of a 14% minimum reserve margin in summer and 21% in winter. My fourth exhibit presents a loss of load expectation, or LOLE, study. Although the company does not rely on LOLE to establish its reserve margin policy, the formal LOLE study was prepared because the LOLE methodology is used in the industry for establishing reserve margins, and a desire for these calculations was expressed last year. The LOLE study suggested a reserve margin range of 14.8% to 21.3%, with a middle value of 17.7%. Considering that these LOLE values are based on normal weather load distributions, and considering the significant risk of winter demand spikes, I am sure that I could justify increasing the 17.7% middle value to at least a 20% reserve margin. Finally, I also discussed the effective load carrying capacity, or ELCC, methodology, which is used by some in the industry to calculate a capacity value for renewable resources. My primary purpose in discussing the ELC is to show that it and the LOLE methodology are not useful methodologies on the company's system. I calculated an ELCC capacity value for 1,000 megawatts of solar at 24%. Thus, the 1,048 megawatts of solar in the company's resource plan has an ELCC capacity value of 252 megawatts. Since the company's winter peak typically occurs on cold mornings before sunrise, when solar is not producing power, this ELCC capacity megawatts are obviously fictional. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lynch. Did you also cause to be prepared and pre-filed rebuttal testimony of 15 pages?
I did.
I'm going to ask you, are there any corrections or changes to be made to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, there are.
And let me grab my copy, Dr. Lynch.
Okay.
Dr. Lynch, in your rebuttal testimony, would you direct us to the places
Yes.
where changes need to be made?
They're all on page 14. So on line 14, two numbers change. 16.6% should be 14.8%, and 20.5% should be 21.3%.
Any others?
Yes, then on line 15, the 18.2% should be 17.7%. And again, on line 18, the 18.2% there should be 17.7% also. And those are all the corrections.
With those corrections made, if I asked you the questions that appear in the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers today be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, we would move the introduction as if given orally from the stand, the 15 pages of pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Lynch.
Is this a direct or rebuttal?
This is, I'm sorry, rebuttal. If I said direct, I misspoke.
Mr. Chairman, could he repeat those pages?
Okay.
Absolutely. The page number is all on page 14. And do you want the numbers repeated, Commissioner? Dr. Lynch, if you would go to your page 14 and tell us
Okay.
which numbers need to be updated.
So on line 14, the number 16.6% should be 14.8%. And the 20.5% following that should be 21.3%. And then on line 15, the 18.2% should be 17.7%. And line 18 again, line 18, the 18.2% should be 17.7%. Those are the changes.
Okay, so we'll need to get Dr. Lynch's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
As updated with.
As updated with corrections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Lynch, I do not believe you had any exhibits to your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I did not, no.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lynch, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Please deliver that at this time.
Through my rebuttal testimony, I respond to some comments made by witness Horry and witness Burgess. These comments basically fall under three categories. First, both witnesses claim that the company ignores the capacity value of solar outside the winter period. I reiterate that the company's resource plan requires capacity in the winter, and that solar does not allow the company to avoid any capacity in its resource plan. Therefore, solar has zero avoided capacity costs and consequently zero capacity value. Both witnesses point to my ELCC calculation as evidence that solar has capacity value throughout the year. I respond that I only calculated the ELC to show that this methodology and the LOLE methodology that underpins it does not work for the company, largely because the company needs to add capacity in the winter. The ELCC solar value of 24% that I calculate means that the 1,048 megawatts of solar in our resource plan has an ELCC capacity value of 252 megawatts. However, as I demonstrated in my direct testimony, solar has no effect on the company's system peak on 77% of the days during the 7 non-summer months of October through April. And in particular, solar cannot help serve the system load on cold winter mornings when the system peak occurs before sunrise. Thus, the ELCC solar value of 252 megawatts, or 24%, is a fiction, and using it would overstate the company's resources during winter peaks. Witness Burgess uses the 24%, or 24 megawatts, in developing an avoided cost, but I point out that the 24% is based on 1,000 megawatts coming onto the system, but what he should be using is the ELCC value for the next increment of 100 megawatts of solar beyond the 1,048 megawatts already on the company's resource plan. In my rebuttal, I calculate this incremental ELCC value to be about 3% or 3 megawatts. Regardless, however, the ELCC is not valid for Dominion Energy South Carolina, and the true capacity value of solar is 0 on the company's system. Finally, in one way or another, both witnesses, Horry and witness Burgess, claim that the company's capacity planning methods are simplistic and misguided in that they concentrate on one seasonal peak hour. I dispute these claims and point out that in my reserve margin study, I analyzed daily system loads and daily supply capacity outages over an 8-year period. I create a probability distribution of the company's daily needs for capacity and then use the 95th and 97th percentiles in that probability distribution to set a base level of capacity needed for winter and summer seasons. I also use statistical regression analysis to correlate daily system peaks with weather in both seasons, and then create a probability distribution of seasonal peak demands based on the weather experienced over the last 25 years or so. I also create a probability of supply based on the capacity outages experienced on the system during summer and winter seasons. Then I use the convolution theorem from statistical theory to calculate the joint probability distribution of capacity supply and peak load demand. These analytical techniques are as advanced as any I have seen in the industry, and they are certainly not simplistic. This concludes my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lynch. I will now, with the permission of the chair, turn to Dr. Tanner. Dr. Tanner, would you please state your full name for the record?
Matthew Wiley Tanner.
And you might need to pull that mic closer to you. There you go. By whom are you employed, Dr. Tanner, and in what capacity?
I'm employed as a director at what is now Guidehouse Consulting. There was a merger completed last Friday, and so I apologize if I get the name wrong. It's the same company, but now Guidehouse rather than Navigant.
In connection with this proceeding, Dr. Tanner, have you caused to be prepared and pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 22 pages?
Yes, I have.
Are there any corrections or changes to be made to the pre-filed direct testimony?
No, there are not.
If I asked you the questions that appear in that pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers from the stand here today be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the introduction as if given orally from the stand, the pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Tanner.
Dr. Tanner's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Tanner, were there two exhibits attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, there were.
Are there any changes or corrections to be made to those exhibits?
No, there are not.
And those exhibits were, number one was your CV, and number two was the cost of variable integration study, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we would move as the next hearing exhibit the introduction of the two exhibits attached to the pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Tanner.
The two exhibits attached to the pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Tanner will be entered as hearing exhibit number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Tanner, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony?
I have.
Please deliver that at this time.
Good afternoon, Chairman Randall and members of the Commission. In my direct testimony, I present and discuss the findings and conclusions contained in the August 2019 Navigant study titled Cost of Variable Integration. The study estimates the impacts that solar installations will have on Dominion Energy South Carolina, DESC or the company, system operations, and determines the resulting incremental costs by considering two different scenarios of solar generation interconnected with or expected to be interconnected with the company's system. Weather causes an inherent uncertainty about the amount of solar energy that can be generated by a particular solar generating facility, and company operators must closely match generation and load to operate a safe and reliable system. If there is forecast error and less solar generation than expected, then the company must have the ability to ramp up other generating facilities to replace the lost solar energy. The company therefore must maintain additional operating reserves in order to ensure that if less solar generates than expected, the system can respond. This adds operational costs. Solar integration can also increase other utility costs, such as fuel costs incurred to operate units at less than maximally efficient levels and startup costs due to the increased need to cycle generating units on and off more frequently. Using the ProMod production cost model, Navigant was able to create a baseline that reflects system operation without requiring any additional reserve to be maintained. Navigant then estimated solar forecast uncertainty to calculate the probability of how much less than expected solar facilities are at risk of actually generating. Next, the study considered the challenges to system operation as a result of variable solar generation and determined the level of additional reserves the company needs to maintain in light of the variability in solar generation. Navigant then simulated system operation and production costs with additional reserves to determine the integration costs attributable to solar generation under the two different scenarios. These scenario assumptions were developed to generally correspond to the amount of solar interconnected with the system that does not have a variable integration charge clause in the PPA and the tranche of solar that does have this clause. The study was careful to incorporate the concept of geographic diversity into the analysis, recognizing that solar generation is not located in a single area, but in different places throughout the system. It is critical to incorporate geographic diversity in such an integration cost study because it has the effect of reducing the total amount of uncertainty facing the company. After levelizing these solar generation integration costs, the study demonstrates that the variable integration cost associated with solar generation is $4.14 per megawatt hour. This is the VIC for solar projects with existing contracts that include a provision agreeing to a variable integration charge. This is separate and distinct from the avoided cost calculation performed by Mr. Neely. In addition, it is not cost-effective for the company to reduce its cost by adding additional resources such as battery storage or new combustion turbine gas unit to provide the reserves needed to integrate solar generation. The other approach the study considered for mitigating the integration costs is the ability of solar projects to provide sufficient flexibility so that the company does not have to add reserves. The study identifies measures that could be implemented to possibly reduce the impact of a project on the company's reserve requirements. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanner. Dr. Tanner, did you also cause to be prepared and pre-file in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 20 pages?
Yes, I did.
Are there any corrections or changes to be made to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions that appear in the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers from the stand today be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we would move the introduction of the rebuttal testimony pre-filed by Dr. Tanner as if given orally from the stand.
Dr. Tanner's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Tanner, I don't believe you had an exhibit attached to your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
I did not.
Correct. Dr. Tanner, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Please deliver that at this time.
The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to discuss the response of the company to certain issues raised in 1, the direct testimony of Mr. Brian Horry filed on behalf of the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff, ORS, 2, the direct testimony of Mr. Derek Stenklick filed on behalf of the South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, collectively CCL SACE, and 3, the direct testimony of Mr. Ed Burgess filed on behalf of the South Carolina Solar Business Alliance. As part of responding to all the questions and comments about Navigant study, it is important to carefully define what is meant by operating reserves in the context of modeling the impacts of variable generation on system operation. There are multiple types of reserves that must be held, and each type of reserve has different costs and requirements for the assets that are providing them. Carefully distinguishing between these different types of reserves and the costs they reflect is important for understanding this study and also the rest of the testimony that's been provided today. So going through some of these definitions, first is planning reserves. These are additional generation reserves that must be available to safely meet peak demand given load uncertainty and risks of outages. Second is contingency reserves. These are short-term reserves held so the balancing authority can respond to an unexpected plant generation outage. Third is flexible reserves. These are short-term reserves held so that the system can respond to unexpected reductions or increases in non-dispatchable generation or customer load. And fourth is regulating reserves, and these are very short-term reserves generally held in order to maintain load and generation balance on a minute-to-minute basis. Operating reserves is a more general term for all reserves that are needed to operate the system. Contingency, flexible, and regulating reserves can all be considered as subsets of operating reserves. Being specific about the definitions of these different types of reserves is important because the reserves are needed for different purposes, and a number of witnesses seem to be confusing which reserves are being considered in the VIC study. In response to Mr. Horry, I disagree that the assumptions underlying the variable integration cost study overstate the risks of variable generation to the company. I disagree the study does not consider the trade-off between risk of solar undergeneration and the likelihood of it occurring. The threshold used for representing the risk of solar undergeneration is 1%, which is appropriate for the VIC calculation in my opinion. I also disagree that the reserve requirement modeling for the entire day conservatively biases the results. The makeup of the company system is such that large numbers of reserves are always available overnight. During times when large numbers of reserves exist already, increasing reserve requirements in the model due to solar does not have any impact on the modeling results since it's not a binding constraint in the way that the model operates. To account for any impact that might result from day-to-day changes in solar generation and reserve requirements, I model different cases with different reserve requirements and blend them together to capture the effect about which Mr. Horry seems to be concerned. The proposed VIC calculated by Mr. Horry is lower than was calculated in the Navigant study. Since Navigant study assumptions were developed to properly consider risk versus the cost of holding reserves, Mr. Horry suggests a threshold that would result in a higher level of risk to the company's system. While his threshold does result in a lower VIC charge calculation, I believe that it would result in too much risk to reliability for the company and its customers. In response to Mr. Stenklick's comments about the system modeling, I disagree that the study improperly modeled provision of reserves by Fairfield Pump Storage and combined cycle gas plants. I also disagree that the study did not properly consider alternatives to the VIC. The study considers both adding a gas-fired peaking facility or storage to the system to provide flexible reserves, as well as the option for new solar resources to include on-site flexibility. Under the latter option, it is highly likely that aspects of the contracts with the company for these resources would need to be modified in order to ensure that the necessary flexibility is being provided to the system. I disagree with Mr. Stenklick's suggestion that the study should have considered implementing a larger balancing area. The study appropriately did not consider such a change. This cannot be feasibly done in the short term. The company's balancing area is its service territory, and implementing a larger balancing area would require multiple years of study and negotiation with surrounding utilities and states. I disagree with Mr. Stenklick's argument that the VIC should not be calculated for specific technology. The VIC is appropriately calculated specifically for solar generation, as variable integration costs are caused by the particular type of intermittency risk posed by that specific variable resource. Therefore, any VIC charge is specific to each type of resource, and the Navigant study focused on solar because that is the variable generating technology that is being added to the company's system. I disagree with the comment of Mr. Burgess that the company should not be modeled as a partially islanded system. As a utility that operates a balancing area, the company is required to maintain self-sufficiency in planning. It is inappropriate to assume that surrounding utilities will have available resources ready to support the company's balancing area. I disagree with Mr. Burgess's statement that the study does not properly consider geographic diversity. The study is careful to ensure that geographic diversity was properly considered. For the volatility analysis, the study examined 4 projects spread as widely as possible across the company's service territory. 4 locations is an appropriate number, as the mechanism for geographic diversity reducing volatility is the diversity in the weather that drives solar generation. Due to the relatively small size of the company's service territory, there is a material limit to the ability for geographic diversity to reduce overall generation variability of the solar fleet. I disagree with Mr. Burgess's comments that the study did not properly consider offline CCs in the 4-hour forecast and that the 4-hour forecast window is inappropriate. The 4-hour ahead forecast data is provided by NREL in a data set created specifically for renewable generation integration studies. It is appropriate to use this data set for evaluating the forecast error faced by the company. In regard to offline CCs providing reserves, I believe Mr. Burgess's statement is a result of a misunderstanding of how production cost models work. A combined cycle can only provide operating reserves if it is operating and has the immediate ability to ramp up. This fact is properly represented in the production cost model and the study. Mr. Burgess states that the VIC should not be forecasted with a model. I disagree. It is necessary in standard practice to use simulation models to calculate the impacts of changes to system operation, such as the requirements to integrate renewable power. It is entirely appropriate in standard practice across North America to base electric rates and values on the results of these simulation models. Mr. Burgess states that CAISO has not increased its regulating reserve in response to solar penetration. I do not believe this is relevant to the company. Mr. Burgess seems to be conflating regulating reserves and flexible reserves. While it is true that renewable generation has been observed to not significantly impact the need for regulating reserves, the same is not true of flexible reserves. Regions such as CAISO and ERCOT have been observed to increase their requirements or change their market structure to increase system flexibility for integrating renewables, and both of these options have costs that have to be paid. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanner. I would now, Mr. Chairman, with the chair's permission, turn to Mr. Neely. Mr. Neely, would you please state your full name for the record?
James W. Neely.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Dominion Energy, South Carolina, as a capacity of Senior Resource Planning Engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. In connection with this proceeding, Mr. Neely, did you cause to be prepared and pre-file 27 pages of amended direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Are there any corrections or changes to be made to the amended direct testimony?
No, they're not.
If I asked you the questions that appear in the amended direct testimony, would your answers be the same from the stand here today?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the introduction of Mr. Neely's amended direct testimony as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Neely's amended direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neely, did you have one exhibit attached to your pre-filed amended direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And that exhibit was JWN1. It was a resource study. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are there any changes or corrections to be made to the study?
No.
Mr. Chairman, we would move the introduction of JWN1 as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Neely's exhibit JWN1 will be entered as Exhibit number 6.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neely, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, I have.
Please deliver that at this time.
Good morning, Chairman Randall and members of the Commission. In my amended direct testimony, I discussed the resource plan study that describes various generation planning scenarios and presents the resource plan on which avoided energy cost calculations are based. I also discussed the company's avoided costs for power purchases under PURPA, the long-run avoided costs for qualifying facilities that have production capacity up to 2 megawatts and are set forth in the standard offer power purchase agreement. The long-run avoided costs for solar QFs with storage, the short-run avoided costs for QFs that have power production capacity less than or equal to 100 kilowatts and are set forth in rate schedule PR1, and the components contained in the net energy metering methodology approved by the Commission in order number 2015-194, issued in docket number 2014-246-E. The company performed a resource planning study using 19 resource plans evaluated under 4 different sets of assumptions for gas prices and CO2 cost. The current resource plan was selected assuming base gas prices, which are the most likely, and 0 CO2 costs because these costs are currently 0 and future costs are uncertain. PURPA requires electric utilities to purchase electric energy from qualifying facilities, or QFs, at the utilities' avoided cost. As approved by the Commission in order numbers 2016-297 and 2018-322A, the company uses a difference in revenue requirements methodology to calculate both the energy component and the capacity component of its avoided cost. The company uses both a short-run, 1-year time period and a long-run, 10-year time period to calculate avoided energy cost. With regard to solar, certain solar PPAs provide the company the opportunity to recover variable integration costs associated with the variable nature of solar. There are costs incurred by the utility to integrate the variable energy supply from solar, and thus it is appropriate to determine such costs for those solar generators obligated to pay these costs under existing PPAs. The most appropriate method of addressing issues created by solar intermittency in new PPAs is to model the system with higher operating reserves. Additional reserves equal to 35% of the installed solar capacity is sufficient to cover most of the 1-hour solar intermittency. The company calculates avoided energy costs using the ProSim model to estimate the change in production costs that result from serving the loads in the base case and the change case. In order to calculate its avoided capacity costs for QF facilities, taking the company's standard offer rate, the company derives a change case in its resource plan by considering the impact of a QF purchase from a 100 megawatt facility. And the avoided capacity cost is the difference between the incremental capacity cost in the base case resource plan and the change case. Using the same methodology, the avoided capacity cost for solar QF subject to the standard offer rate is 0. A study conducted by the company that analyzed the impact of solar on its daily peak demands, entitled The Capacity Benefit of Solar QF's 2018 study, demonstrated that solar has no effect on the company's daily peak demands during a large majority of the days in the winter months because the winter peak typically occurs when solar is not generating, either in the early morning or in the evening. Because solar does not consistently provide capacity during the winter peak periods, the avoided capacity cost of solar is 0. The company plans to negotiate contracts with any QF greater than 2 megawatt for which the PR1 rate and the standard offer rate is not appropriate. Further, with regard to the avoided cost rate for solar with storage, the company is not providing a tariff for solar with storage. However, the company has calculated avoided cost for solar with storage. In order to calculate the benefit of solar with storage, 2 benefits were identified: the energy benefit and the capacity benefit. To provide solar with storage and receive the solar with storage avoided costs, the storage system must initially have a minimum capacity of 15 megawatts AC and have the ability to deliver its maximum capacity for 4 consecutive hours when fully charged. The company will control the dispatch of the storage. My testimony further discusses the methods the company utilizes to compute the avoided energy component for solar QF subject to the PR1 rate, the avoided energy component for non-solar QFs subject to the PR1 rate, and the avoided capacity component for solar and non-solar QFs subject to the PR1 rate. I further note that the avoided capacity cost for solar with solar QFs subject to the PR1 rate is 0. I also discussed the adjustments which are made to the avoided costs in the PR1 rate and set forth a table of resulting avoided costs. Further, I set forth the components of value for the net energy metering, or NEM, distributed energy resources, avoided energy costs, avoided capacity costs, ancillary services, transmission and distribution, avoided criteria pollutants, avoided CO2 pollutants, fuel hedge, utility integration and interconnection cost, utility administration cost, environmental cost, and energy losses and line losses. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neely. Did you also cause to be prepared and pre-filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 32 pages?
Yes, I did.
Are there any corrections or changes to be made to your rebuttal testimony?
There are not.
If I asked you the questions that appear in the rebuttal testimony, would your answers from the stand here today be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, we would move the introduction into the record as if given orally from the stand of the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Neely.
Mr. Neely's pre-file rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as he'll give it orally from the stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neely, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I have.
And Mr. Chairman, I would state as Mr. Neely is delivering that rebuttal, the summary of his rebuttal, on the bottom of the first page, he's going to add a couple of sentences that to explain what the change was that led to his amended testimony. If you will deliver now.
I begin my rebuttal testimony by responding to the testimony of Mr. Ori. I explained that the company has an obligation and a commitment to provide safe and reliable electric service to its customers, and that it cannot accept a greater risk of outages as Mr. Ori suggests. I also explained that the company has not set its operating reserves at a level where an unreasonably low risk is being assumed. I also explained that the company conducted an analysis of the company's needs for operating reserves to safely and reliably operate its system and provide electric service to its customers, and determined that it must maintain additional reserves to address the inherent variability of solar generation. The company therefore has appropriately calculated avoided energy costs for solar and non-solar resources contrary to Mr. Ori's suggestion. I further point out some flaws in Mr. Ori's recommendations that the company use solar drops over a shorter period of time, noting that he failed to take into account the fact that solar generation can decline over longer periods of time than 15 minutes. I also note that the company has determined that maintaining operating reserves based on a 1-hour analysis reasonably balances reliability risk with the cost of alternative targets. As to Mr. Ori's claim that the company's calculations contain certain flaws, I testify that after this issue was identified, the company promptly addressed the issue and provided the correct calculations. Now, I'd like to describe what that issue was. In the model, I added reserves equal to 35% of the solar installed capacity. It was only added for the existing PPAs. It needed to also add additional reserves in the change case for that 100 megawatt solar profile that we were calculating avoided costs for. And that was what was missing. When the ORS witness, Mr. Ori, question the reasonableness of our of a change case in where we took the reserves out and the avoided cost stayed pretty much the same. We began to look at the inputs, and we agreed with him that there was something that was not right there. And I realized that we had not added the additional 35% of the solar nameplate for the new 100 megawatt solar profile that we were calculating avoided costs for. I also point out that while Mr. Ori agrees that solar integration cost exists, he does not include any of these costs in his proposed avoided energy cost. As a result, I testify that ORS effectively is recommended all of these costs be shifted to and borne by the company's customers, which is directly contrary to the mandates of Act number 62. Regarding the target reserve margin, I testify that the company separates its reserve requirements into peaking and base in order to develop a resource plan that is least cost to our customers, and that the reserve margins are reasonable and necessary to meet reliability requirements. In response to Mr. Ori's claim that solar provides capacity value in winter, I cite the study conducted by the company which demonstrates that solar does not help the company avoid any need for capacity in the winter season, primarily because the winter peak occurs either early in the morning before solar begins to generate energy or in the evening after solar is no longer generating. I also addressed Mr. Ori's testimony that the company improperly based its calculations on the cost of low-cost purchase power, observing that these resources were the same as those included in the company's 2019 IRP. Mr. Ori also recommends that it's more appropriate to use a 20-year economic life for an internal combustion turbine. However, I testified that the lifespan of peaking turbines is between 60 and 75 years, as shown in the SC DN 2014 depreciation study, which was filed with the Commission in docket number 2015-313-E and approved by the Commission on September 16, 2015. I also disagree with Mr. Ori's suggestion that the company should use a 93 megawatt change in capacity. Using a capacity change of 100 megawatt is consistent with the avoided energy cost and with the company's prior calculations. Regarding Mr. Ori's recommended NIM values, I observe that Mr. Ori provides no basis for his avoided energy costs and overstates the capacity value for solar. In response to Ms. Rebecca Chilton's testimony that the company's avoided cost filing does not appreciate the purpose of Act number 62, identify the various portions of the filing that comply with Act number 62, and explain that the company's avoided cost calculations and methodology properly compensate solar developers. Regarding Ms. Chilton's speculation regarding natural gas prices, I testify, though it is impossible to predict with certainty what will happen with gas prices, our forecast of natural gas prices is based upon reasonable and appropriate assumptions, as well as third-party industry data. I next respond to Mr. Burgess' suggestion that the company has incentives and bias in its calculating avoided cost rates, pointing out that Mr. Burgess provides no evidence in this regard. Even so, I explain that the company's incentive is to be faithful to the requirements of Act 62 and PURPA, and to determine its costs as accurately and as reasonably possible so that our customers are not harmed by the company paying QF developers more than its actual avoided costs, while QF developers are not harmed by being paid less than the company's actual avoided cost. I also disagree with Mr. Burgess' suggested zone of reasonableness for avoided costs, stating that this appears to be an attempt to artificially raise the avoided costs in order to help solar developers. Although Mr. Burgess further states that eliminating the VIC will have a relatively small impact on the company's customers, I explained that doing so would improperly shift the cost burden of solar onto customers through higher rates. In response to Mr. Burgess' statement that solar and solar plus storage should have the same methodologies, I explained that solar and solar with storage are different resources with different generation profiles, and the methodology used by the company for calculating the avoided costs from each properly reflects these differences. I also disagree with Mr. Burgess' recommendation of a single rate regardless of the underlying technology, and explain that solar has a unique generation profile that is different from other renewable generation resources. Regarding Mr. Burgess' suggestion of a technology neutral rate, I explained that it is appropriate to calculate the avoided cost based on non-dispatchable solar. I further disagree with Mr. Burgess' testimony that the company's filing was not reasonably transparent, pointing out that Mr. Burgess was able to accurately describe the methodology and that the company properly responded to all of the South Carolina Solar Business Alliance's requests for information. I also testified that all of the factors reflected in the company's avoided energy cost calculation are factors that affect the company avoided energy cost as a result of the addition of solar generation. I also respond to Mr. Burgess' concern about the company's treatment of solar with storage, explaining that the company has not proposed a solar with storage tariff because it expects the size of these projects will exceed 2 megawatt limit for standard offer projects. Regarding the selection of 4 pricing periods, I explained that these periods cannot be biased against solar because they do not apply to solar generation. As to the company's consideration of imports and exports in the avoided energy cost model, I explained that the model is designed to model the system in a way that simulates the actual dispatch of energy resources, and that the system operates primarily as an isolated system with limited off-system purchases and sales. I also explained why it was unnecessary to consider coal combustion cost residuals in its calculations. I further testified that revising the way that the company levelizes its avoided energy costs would have no impact on actual avoided costs. I also explained that using the resource plan number 7 to calculate avoided energy costs is appropriate because it is the least cost plan. As to Mr. Burgess' suggestion that using the cost of a low-cost peaker facility is potentially biased against QFs, I testified that this cost is appropriate and is consistent with the benchmark cost of peaking resources reported by the Energy Information Administration of the United States Department of Energy. Mr. Burgess suggests that the company should use different capital cost assumptions, but I testify that the company believes that the expansion plan chosen is the most appropriate. As to Mr. Burgess' recommended alternative capacity value methods, I state that these methods are inappropriate because solar does not consistently provide capacity during the winter peak periods. Therefore, the company is unable to avoid any of its projected future capacity needs, and the avoided capacity cost of solar is 0. Finally, I respond to the testimony of Mr. Stephen Levitas and his purported concern about the VIC and embedding the charge in its avoided cost for future QF purchases. I state that the most appropriate method of addressing issues created by solar intermittency is to model the system with higher operating reserves. The increase in operating reserves is now part of the model and is reflected in our estimated avoided energy cost. Therefore, there's no additional charge included in the avoided cost for integration. This includes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neely. Mr. Chairman, the panel has summarized both their direct and rebuttal testimony, and they're prepared to answer questions from the parties and the commission.
Thank you. Okay. Cross, Mr. Elliott. Thank you. Solar Business Alliance.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tanner, Dr. Lynch, Mr. Neely. You guys are holding up okay?
Good afternoon.
It's a long day. Again, I'm Ben Snowden here on behalf of the Solar Business Alliance. Dr. Tanner, I'd like to start with you, talk about the study that you performed first. So, Dr. Tanner, you performed a study on integration costs for Dominion, as we all know, correct?
Yes.
And on page 6 and 7 of your direct testimony, you say that the study was performed in order to estimate the impacts that solar installations will have on Dominion's operations, and I'm paraphrasing it, and quantify the resulting incremental costs for QFs that have VIC clauses in their PPAs. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So as you understand, the study was used only to calculate integration costs with respect to those projects with PPAs.
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to study the costs of integrating additional solar projects beyond that set of projects?
That was outside the scope of the study.
Okay. So Navigant was not asked to perform a study of what the integration costs of solar on Dominion system would be in the future?
No.
Was Navigant ever asked by Dominion to perform a study to calculate the value of ancillary services that could be provided by solar generators or solar plus storage facilities?
No.
And given what you've said about the scope of your study, would it be correct to say that that your response to Mr. Ori's testimony, to his critiques of your study in your rebuttal testimony, doesn't pertain to the 35% reserve requirement that's part of the avoided cost calculation?
It does not pertain to that 35%.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bell testified that Dominion provided Navigant with some fairly detailed information on Dominion's system operations and the characteristics of solar generators on its system. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dominion provide you with information about the amount of flexible reserves it has maintained to handle solar generation in the past?
So they did, as part of this process, there's a 3-month to 4-month starting benchmarking of the system where we worked closely with Mr. Bell to make sure that our models are properly representing his experience with the system operation. And then at the same time as we're developing the estimates for what kind of flexible generation is needed on this second tranche, or really the whole tranche of solar, they're sort of back and forth. So there is, Mr. Bell never gave like a spreadsheet saying this is the value that's being used, but there is a benchmarking process of making sure that what we're putting in the model is representative of his experience with the system.
Okay, so what information did he give you about the historic reserves that Dominion has maintained for solar?
Qualitative discussion of how they're integrating their solar resources.
Okay, so you don't have any quantitative information about past reserve levels, is that right?
I do not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Tanner, I'd like you to look at, there's a table 3 on page 18 of your direct testimony. I'm sorry, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Okay. For the benefit of those who are not following along in their hymnals, what is on this table? What's depicted here?
This table is reserves needed to maintain reliability in 3 scenarios of how much solar is operating.
Okay, and so BAU column is business as usual. What are the initial solar and all solar columns represent?
Yeah. Initial solar is the maximum needed for the first 300, 350 tranche of solar, and then the column for all solar is the maximum reserves needed for the next 700 megawatt tranche of solar.
Okay, so these numbers are megawatts, is that right?
Yeah, megawatts of reserves.
Okay, and I see that the first row in this table is 2020, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so this table is all values that are based on your modeling, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, there's no row for 2019.
There's no row for 2019.
There's no row for 2018.
No row for 2018.
Okay, and you just told me you don't have quantitative information. You could not fill out the row for, unless you used your model, you could not fill out based on actual operating conditions what would be in the row for 2018 in this table, could you?
So when it comes to actual operation, I would defer to Mr. Bell and Mr. Hanslick of what they've had on the system in 2018 and 2019. So I don't personally have that information, but I'm confident that we benchmarked the system properly and that 2018 and 2019 would be consistent with this.
Okay, so you say that your model was benchmarked to the operations of the, was benchmarked to the Dominion system, that's right?
Yes.
Okay, but it was not benchmarked to the actual level of flexible reserves actually being deployed on the system.
It was not, and to be clear, and I think Mr. Bell mentioned this, and I've mentioned this in answers. In most hours, especially because of the Fairfield pump storage, Dominion South, the company has many, many more reserves than is shown in this table. I think they average well over 1,000 on an average hour. So I'm not sure it would be particularly relevant to, it'd be useful, but not particularly relevant to this table for what's required versus what was actually held on the system.
Okay, but you're talking about benchmarking a model that is intended to predict, you're basically trying to predict one thing, right? Level of flexible operating reserves required?
Yes.
Okay, but you're not benchmarked to that one variable.
So we're benchmarked to how the system operates, and we're benchmarked to how much the system was holding. And we did have discussions to make sure that we were representing the amount of flexible reserves needed so that it was well represented with what they were doing in reality.
Okay, so you relied on the sort of qualitative advice of Dominion's operations folks to be assured that you were benchmarked correctly. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did your study conclude that Dominion would need to maintain the same level of reserves at all times?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because the amount of reserves being held is tied to the amount of solar on the system and the amount of solar generating.
Okay. And looking at back at page 18 of your testimony, you describe 3 levels of reserves. There's the all solar level, the intermediate level, and the initial solar level. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and these are required on sort of different days in your model?
Yes.
Okay. So can these 3 reserve levels be expressed as a percentage of solar nameplate capacity?
Not easily, because it varies. It also, the amount of solar reserves needed, and this is it varies by the amount of solar generating.
Okay, by the forecast amount was previously testified to?
Yes.
Okay. If Dominion had asked you to estimate the cost of maintaining additional reserves equal to 35% of installed solar nameplate capacity, would you have viewed that as an appropriate way to calculate the cost of integrating solar resources?
To be honest, I'd have to give it some more thought, because there are the pattern of the amount of reserves needed, like the percentage of reserves needed as a function of solar generation tends to be higher at lower solar levels. So, for example, when solar is only generating at 40% of its nameplate capability, there's a chance that you could lose 75% of it very quickly, off the reserves. Whereas if it's generating at 80%, it's a lesser chance it wouldn't lose 75%. So I think it'd be a much more complex analysis of whether 35% is a reasonable number or not.
So it's a complicated relationship.
It's a complicated relationship.
Okay, so would you agree that a straight 35% of nameplate assumption is a little bit simplistic?
I would agree that you might want to look at it we might want to take another look at it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask you a little bit about geographic diversity. I think you testified that, and to back up, geographic diversity, I mean, it's understanding how geographic diversity affects solar sort of variability is important to understanding sort of the predicted variability of solar in the system, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And to get a handle on geographic diversity, you testified that you looked at 4 projects in different areas of Dominion service territory. Is that right?
Yes.
But only 4 projects, right?
Yes, but spread as widely as possible.
Okay.
So not necessarily as concentrated as solar might be installed in the system.
Okay, so you've got sort of geographic spread, but you've got 4 projects.
Yes.
Okay, so and forgive me again, I'm a lawyer. I don't do modeling, but with 4 projects, is it possible that a single cloud formation could take the entire output of that sort of collective group down by 25%?
I would think that very unlikely. The 4 projects, I think, are they're spread by Beaufort, Aiken, Charleston, and Columbia. So spread as much as possible through the service territory. It's a relatively small service territory, so I'm not a weather expert, so it's always possible that a single thunderstorm could take everything down. But it is my opinion that 4 is enough to properly represent the risk of weather sort of coming through the system and, interacting, causing all the solar across the territory to sort of operate in the same way.
Okay, and do you know what size those projects are?
So those projects are particular sites with model data, so they are at any size that would need it to be.
Okay. Oh, are they actual projects?
They are not actual projects.
Okay, so they're models of. Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Tanner, your study describes I think it's on page 6. Well, I'm sorry, you describe on page 6 of your direct testimony the requirements that solar projects must meet in order to avoid the need for Dominion to implement additional reserve requirements. Is that right? I'm sorry, am I getting feedback here, or can you all hear me okay? All right. Thank you.
Page 6.
Yes, at the bottom of page 6, you say the study describes the requirements that solar projects must meet in order to avoid the need for Dominion to implement additional reserve requirements?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 12, you describe those requirements, right?
Certainly,
or you describe those requirements in your testimony.
On
right?
page 22, certainly, maybe on page 12, sorry.
Okay. So what are those requirements?
So at a very high level, and these all have to be worked out in much more detail, but essentially a solar project, the company has to have some ability to control the dispatch of generation from the project, so actually take advantage of the flexibility. The project has to be able to replace enough of the nameplate capacity of itself when called upon to make up for when generation is lower than forecasted. So essentially it's providing reserves to the system. And then it has to be able to maintain the replaced generation for sufficient time in order to meet the reliability challenges. The other requirement for reserves that they replace lost generation and then hold that for a certain amount of time. And then an example of that could be solar plus storage or flexible solar.
Okay, thank you. Are those requirements that you describe, are they defined in detail in any of Dominion's filings in this case?
I have not yet. I'd have to defer to some of the Dominion witnesses on that.
Don't you agree that it would be better if they were defined in detail?
I do not have enough knowledge of the timeline for what the Commission's looking for to really respond to that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tanner. Mr. Neely, these next few questions are for you. You've been responsible for calculating avoided costs for the company for a number of years. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and has the company changed its approach to calculating avoided costs since the Energy Freedom Act was passed?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that. If you mean, have we gone from some other methodology to a differential revenue requirements methodology? No, we've been using that same methodology as long as we've been, in the last 4 or 5 years that we've been calculating avoided cost under a rate PR2 or the current rate.
Okay, we understand. Yeah, I understand you've been using the DRR methodology for some time. I guess my understanding is the only change, even incremental change in the methodology that you all have made, is to add this 35% reserve requirement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean that you would expect the avoided energy cost to be only affected by that. There are other changes on the system that are included.
Yeah, understood. So the company didn't think that its historic approach to calculating avoided costs needed to be reviewed in light of the Energy Freedom Act?
No.
Okay. And you would agree, wouldn't you, that the proposed avoided cost rates in this proceeding are substantially lower than the rates that are in effect sort of as of May 2018 prior to the passage of the Energy Freedom Act?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that they're about 40% lower in the first 5 years of a 10-year contract? Give or take?
I'd have to look at the numbers. I'm not
subject
sure.
to check? Okay. And subject to check, they're somewhere around 60% lower in the second 5 years?
Subject to check.
Okay, thank you. And those 2018 rates, the rates that were approved in May of 2018, those in turn were they were significantly lower than the rates that were approved in 2017, weren't they?
I'd have to check.
Okay, I mean, subject to check, would you agree that they were about 50% of the 2017 rates?
If you'd like me to check, I can check it right now.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great.
While you're checking that, hold that thought. We're gonna take a break for about 10 minutes. We'll be back. seated. Okay. I think we were in contemplation when we left, so we'll let you take it
All right.
on, Mr. Snowden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Neely, I think before we went to commercial, I believe you were checking on the 2017 rates. Is that right?
That's right. So in 2017, we were calculating avoided cost, not specific to solar, but using 4 different time periods. And so I'm having to estimate what that comparable number is. And so it looks like in 2017, it was about $30 a megawatt hour in the first 5-year period. And in 2018, the number is $28.53, or about 6% lower.
Okay. For the 2017 rate, are you referring just to the energy rate?
Yes, that's just the energy rate.
Okay. There was also a capacity rate in 2017, wasn't there?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that capacity rate?
That was about $2. So that would make the comparable number 32 to 28.50.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. So those 2017 rates included capacity payments for both summer and winter peaks. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the overall trend in avoided cost values for Dominion has been pretty steadily downward over the last few cycles. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you say has driven that decline?
Well, when we switched to a solar profile to calculate avoided cost, then we were calculating avoided cost only for the solar QF. And so that was reducing the avoided cost, because as we add more and more solar to the system, the value of that solar that we're adding has less and less value. In 2018, when we calculated the avoided cost, we had 865 megawatts of PPAs signed. This year, when we calculated avoided cost, we have 1,048 megawatts of PPAs signed. So each increment of solar on top of what's existing has less and less value.
Okay. This question was asked earlier. I'm not sure anybody could answer it. How many PPAs has the company executed under the avoided cost rates that were approved in 2018?
There's none currently in effect. I don't know how many were signed, but there's none currently in effect.
Okay, so the company is not under contract with anybody under that 2018 rate?
I'm not aware of any of those.
Okay. So you wouldn't anticipate that the approval of the new proposed rates, which are somewhere around half as high as those 2018 rates, would result in more PPAs being executed, would you?
No.
Okay, and you wouldn't be surprised if nobody signed up for PPAs under those rates, would you?
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Okay. If you can say, how do the company's proposed rates compare with the rates that are proposed by Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress in their avoided cost docket?
I don't have any idea.
Oh, you haven't had occasion to review Duke's proposed rates at all?
Unfortunately, I've been so busy calculating hours that I haven't had a chance to look.
That is understandable. You should try doing it for 2 utilities. Dr. Lynch, I guess I would ask you, have you reviewed Duke's proposed rates in their avoided cost docket?
No.
Okay, you haven't. Okay. I guess this question is for Mr. Neely or Dr. Lynch. Are you aware that Duke Energy recently conducted a competitive solicitation for solar projects in North Carolina and South Carolina?
I am not.
You're not aware of the CPRE program? No. Okay, Mr. Neely, are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Neely, Dominion is obligated by settlement entered into in the Dominion SCANA merger proceedings to propose a solar plus storage rate by the end of the year, isn't it?
That is correct.
Okay, but Dominion has not proposed that rate in this proceeding, has it?
That's correct.
Okay, and its plan is to propose a solar plus storage rate later this year, but not in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is that the approach that Dominion has taken for that?
Well, there's a couple of things. I'm the one that's going to have to do that, and I don't have the time to do that right now. The other thing is we don't want to just throw something out there and then decide, well, that was not a very good methodology to do that. And although I think battery storage or storage in general is going to be having a big impact on the industry, and it's going to be very useful and very, very important. And so we don't want to just jump into that. And the thing you need to understand, it's not a simple thing to do. It's not a simple thing to model. It's not a simple thing to determine what the configuration is going to be. Are we going to pay one rate for a solar with storage that has as its focus removing the intermittency? Are we going to pay another rate for a solar with storage that has as its focus load shifting? And or is there something that's in between that can be used for both of those functions? And so it is something that needs to be well thought out. And we got to the end of the year, and we're going to use that time to do a good job of calculating what we believe solar with storage will be.
Okay. When was that settlement entered into?
I'd have to look back at my notes.
Okay, it was. Would you disagree that it was November of 2018?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And so even though that settlement was entered into in November 2018, the company has not had adequate time through this year, through 2019, to develop that solar plus storage rate.
That's right. Okay,
but the next month and a half or so, or 2 months before the end of the year, will be enough to develop that rate?
It's going to have to be.
Okay. But you would agree that it would have been, if it had been possible, it certainly would have been more efficient for the company to propose a solar plus storage rate in this proceeding. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Neely, on the issue of the integration charge, and I ask this question with the understanding that you believe that Dominion's methodology for calculating integration charges, or cost rather, is reasonable and correct. Is it your view that it would be better, or would it be better from your standpoint, for the Commission to adopt an inaccurate integration charge or no charge at all?
What we calculate is an accurate avoided cost, and so that's what I've calculated, and so it doesn't seem like a relevant question because we have an accurate avoided cost for the Commission to consider.
Okay, I understand that it's your view that it's a reasonable cost and accurate, but you understand that there are other parties in this case that disagree with that conclusion. Is that right?
That's right.
Mr. Neely, it's the company's view that long-term PPAs with QFs expose ratepayers to risk. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In that risk specifically is the risk that avoided cost rates will be lower as time goes on than the contracted rate. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So essentially, the risk is that the contract will not be as good a deal as it appears when it's entered into.
Right.
Okay. So the contracted rates are based on the company's projections of avoided costs. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And whenever the company calculates avoided cost, it does its best to come up with a reasonable projection, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. So when you say, well, would you say, I guess there's an overpayment? I believe the company has testified, or witnesses have testified, that there's an overpayment that's going to be owed under those long-term contracts. Is that right?
Well, there potentially could be.
I'm sorry, what's that?
There could be.
Could be. Now, explain that, please.
We calculate an avoided cost rate going forward, and it's based on reasonable forecast of all the things that impact that avoided cost. But it's a forecast.
Okay. So if avoided cost rates go down, it's not such a good deal for the ratepayers, but if they go up, it's a good deal for the ratepayers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
the goal is not, though, to try to create value for anybody. It's try to accurately calculate the avoided costs, and that's what Act 62 asked me to do, and that's what I believe I've done.
absolutely. Dr. Lynch, you're in charge of performing resource planning or making resource planning decisions for the company. Is that right? Or your
Yes,
team
maybe
is?
recommendations might be more appropriate.
Okay. When you make those recommendations, as with avoided cost projections, you make those recommendations based on projections of what will happen in the future. Is that right? So, for example, with load growth or with fuel prices?
Yeah, well, right now I forecast, or my team forecasts the load and sales growth based on the best information we have available.
Okay, and you'd also include information about like possible construction costs of well, let me back up. When
That falls under Mr. Neely.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, so Mr. Neely, I guess I would ask you then, when are you responsible in part for making resource planning decisions for the company?
I'm responsible for doing the studies,
Okay.
making the recommendations.
Okay, so if the company is considering how to meet future resource needs, you've got to, when you make the decision, or when the company makes the decision, you have to rely on projections of what's going to happen in the future. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So projections would include load growth, fuel prices, construction costs, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. But those things can change over time, is that right? And deviate from projections?
Of course.
Okay. And that could negatively affect the economics of a project?
Or positive.
Okay, right, right. So is it fair to say that any time a generating plant or the utility decides to build a generating plant and begins to build it, it imposes those risks to some extent on the utility or on the customer?
Yeah, I'm not sure what risk you're referring to. Are you talking about the risk of paying more for the asset than it's worth?
Okay, well, maybe I'll list some possible risks. Is there a risk of cost overruns with a utility self-built project?
There's risk of cost overruns with every construction project I've ever seen.
Okay, so that would include utility construction projects.
Yep, it probably happened with this building as well.
Yeah, it does happen. Risk of delays in construction, is that right?
That is a risk.
Okay.
The risk is less with technology that's commonly being built and put into place.
Okay.
And and when we create those costs, we assume a reasonable amount of that above what the manufacturer assumes the cost would be for the plant. So we have a good bit of experience building plants, and so that enters into that.
Okay. But there's also a risk that in certain cases a plant might even be canceled.
That's a very small risk, I think.
Okay. There's also a risk that if the utility decides to build a generating facility based on certain assumptions about fuel prices, that those fuel prices could change and could negatively affect the economics of the project.
Or positive.
Or positively, yeah.
And a good example of that would be Jasper. The price of gas was much higher than it is now when we made that decision, and now the company is getting much more benefit than we had originally anticipated.
Okay, so it turned out to be a good deal.
Yes.
Okay, so when a project is canceled, say a utility expends development costs on a project and that project is canceled, isn't it the case that the commission may allow the utility to recover some of those development costs from the ratepayer?
That is a possibility, though our experience has not been good with that.
But the company has been authorized to recover some of its sunk costs into projects that have been canceled. Is that right?
You're kind of moving into an area where I don't have any specific information for.
Okay, I'll move on from that. So when a solar project that's built by an independent power producer has and has a PPA with the company, when it has cost overruns or delays or it gets canceled, who bears the risk of that?
The solar provider.
Okay, so the ratepayers don't bear any of that risk.
I don't see how they would, since the PPA is based on an energy price.
Right, the QF only gets paid if it actually delivers, right?
At least those PPAs that we have up to this point.
Okay. Dr. Lynch, I'd like to move on and ask you a few questions. And these pertain to the seasonal allocation issue. So in your rebuttal testimony, you testify that Dominion does not allocate capacity value or avoided capacity costs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And instead, the company's concluded that its winter peak forecast is higher than its summer peak forecast, and that its winter peak can experience spikes causing the need for a 21% winter reserve margin?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say allocate capacity there, what do you mean by that? Allocate capacity.
What was your question?
That's your testimony.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, who came up, was that rebuttal to Dr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess? But it's something like you would calculate an annual avoided cost and then split it between summer and winter, allocate it somewhere like that. I think maybe Duke Power does that.
Okay.
But we don't do that.
You don't do that anymore.
We don't do that anymore.
But you did do it fairly recently, didn't you?
A few years ago, I think.
Okay. Yeah, as recently as 2017, didn't you?
Maybe.
Okay. So when we say allocate capacity, what we mean is instead of pay 100% capacity for either summer or winter, you split up the capacity value, some percentage to summer and some percentage to winter. Is that accurate? Fairly accurate?
That's what I understand by the allocation. Yeah.
Okay. And it's really a choice that the company has made not to do that allocation, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. If you're calculating the avoided cost and they derive avoided capacity cost and they derive only from what's happening in the winter, I don't see why allocation should come into it.
But the company decided not to allocate capacity back in 2018. Is that right?
I don't think we were allocating. I think we're
I'm sorry,
just
decided
making a
not to
direct.
allocate capacity
Well, I think we're just making a direct calculation of avoided capacity costs.
Okay.
So allocation was not
Okay.
an issue.
So subject to check, in the 2018 PR2 proceeding, the company concluded that solar had no value because it did not deliver capacity in the winter, correct?
Right. We needed capacity in the winter in a resource plan. Solar does not deliver capacity in the winter, so zero
Okay.
avoided capacity.
And subject to check, in the 2018 proceeding, the company didn't actually perform an avoided cost calculation with regard to solar capacity.
I don't believe that's true. We calculated zero.
Okay.
Zero is a number.
Okay. So going back to 2017, do you recall that in that proceeding you testified in favor of an 80-20 allocation of capacity between summer and winter?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And do you recall that interveners had advocated for a 95-5% summer and winter allocation?
Vaguely familiar, yes.
Okay. So do you recall that you testified in that proceeding that when weather is normal in summer and winter, SCE&G is a summer peaking system, but SCE&G system can also peak in the winter when it's very cold?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And you recall that you testified that SCE&G believes a correct analysis requires the analysis of each season separately because on the system, the reliability risk is different, especially with respect to demand.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I agree with that.
And that approach was approved by the commission, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lynch, if the company did allocate capacity between the two peaks, summer and winter, would solar have capacity value?
No, it can't have, if it doesn't avoid capacity on the resource plan, it can't have capacity, positive capacity value.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you agree that the company doesn't necessarily need to meet the winter and the summer peaks with the same resource, does it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that one.
Okay. So the current assumption, what you say in your testimony is that solar cannot avoid any capacity because the company has got to build a specific resource to meet the winter peak. Is that right?
Well, if it builds a resource to meet the winter peak, that resource might be available through the sun visited turbine, for combustion turbine, for example, and you build it to meet a need in the winter, that turbine will be there to serve the summer as well.
And that's the resource plan that's relied on in your avoided cost calculations, right? I'm sorry, that the resource plan that's relied on for avoided cost assumes construction of a CT?
Mr. Neely calculated. That's probably best answered by him.
Right, Mr. Neely, is that right?
The plan that we used to calculate avoided capacity cost assumed that we would, in the early years of that 10-year plan, we would use low-cost capacity, hopefully some interruptible capacity to meet those winter peaks. And then starting in about 2029, we would begin adding combustion turbines. And so the avoided capacity cost calculates the difference in the revenue requirements for the base case and the change case, where the change case has 100 megawatt of a QF. Now, it's only non-solar QFs that have any that provide us any capacity on our winter peak. So they're the only ones that will have a avoided capacity value.
Okay. Dr. Lynch, I believe you said in your summary of your testimony that you concluded that the LOLE and I won't talk much about these methodologies, but the LOLE and the ELCC methodologies are not appropriate for Dominion because it needs capacity in the winter. Is that your testimony?
I think that's the primary reason it doesn't really produce an acceptable result.
Okay, and you'd agree that although they're not the only way to calculate capacity contributions, LOLE and ELCC are industry standard methodologies, aren't they?
I wouldn't call them standards, but they're used at other places, yes.
Okay. Are there other winter peaking utilities that use them?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Unless it's Duke. Duke, I'm not sure what Duke is doing.
Dr. Lynch, I'd like to move on to the non-solar QF capacity rate. So the company is proposing not to offer any capacity payments to solar QFs, right? It is proposing a zero avoided capacity cost for solar, correct?
I'm sure it's confusing, but I didn't calculate the avoided cost. I wasn't.
Okay.
You're asking me about avoided cost?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Maybe I should direct this
Mr.
question.
Neely
to
is
Mr.
what
Neely. I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I was talking to you about avoided cost. Apologize. Mr. Neely, so the company is proposing not to provide any capacity payments to solar QFs in its rate this time, right?
That's true.
Okay. But it is proposing a capacity rate of $73.46 a megawatt for non-solar QFs. Is that right?
Per megawatt hour, yes.
Okay. But that's available only during very limited hours. Is that right?
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
The hours of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., December, January, and February.
Okay. And those are available to any non-solar QF under 2 megawatts, no matter what it is?
Yes.
Okay. So cogen, biomass, whatever, as long as it's dispatchable and can put power on the grid then?
It has to put reliable power in those hours.
Okay. But there's no reason that understanding that avoided cost inputs change over time, but there's no reason that a larger QF with the same performance characteristics wouldn't be entitled to that same capacity rate, right?
Right.
Okay. If a solar QF could put power on the grid during 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the winter, shouldn't it be entitled to that same rate?
If it can consistently put power in all of those hours, yes.
Okay. And it would be discriminatory not to allow solar QFs to get that capacity payment, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Okay. Mr. Neely, the avoided cost rates put forth by the company, they do not factor in any ancillary services that might be provided by solar facilities. Is that right?
We haven't identified any. All of the solar that we have is non-dispatchable. And we haven't identified any ancillary services that they are providing.
Okay. Have you, has the company conducted a study of the ancillary services that could be provided either by straight solar facilities or by solar plus storage facilities?
Well, when we calculate, and I calculated an indicative solar plus storage rate, and in that calculation, we assume that storage was providing load shifting. We could also calculate a similar number in which the storage was providing the covering for the solar intermittency. That would be a different calculation. And in that case, it would be providing those reserves that were needed. So
okay.
it could be calculated that way.
Okay. And are those calculations reflected in any of the proposed rates?
Like I say, we haven't completed a solar with storage tariff, and we plan to do that before the end of the year.
Okay. So at least as we stand here today, the rates that are the avoided cost rates and methodologies proposed by the company do not reflect any study of ancillary services provided by solar or solar plus storage.
That's correct.
Okay. Dr. Lynch, I'm sorry to bounce back and forth here. Or actually, maybe this is for Mr. Neely. I apologize. This is about the calculation of avoided cost rates. So the company uses ProMod to calculate avoided cost rates. Is that right?
ProSim.
ProSim. Okay. And the ProSim model doesn't generate hourly production cost data for the base and change cases, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. So if the commission, I understand, again, understanding that you all, it's the company's position that its rates are entirely reasonable. If hypothetically the commission were to conclude that some aspect of the company's avoided cost calculations were not reasonable and should be changed, how would you suggest it proceed with coming up with reasonable avoided cost rates?
I mean, that kind of depends on what part of the avoided cost is not appropriate and what the suggestion to solve that issue would be.
Would it be reasonable to direct the company to go back, make adjustments, and recalculate avoided cost rates?
No, that wouldn't be reasonable because we've already calculated reasonable and accurate avoided cost rates.
Would it be, assuming again for the sake of argument that there was an issue that the commission identified, would it be the most expeditious path forward from there for the company to recalculate, or should somebody else calculate it?
We will submit to whatever the commission asks us to do.
Okay. Okay, thank you all very much. That's no further questions.
Thank you. Johnson Development.
Mr. Neely, I'm going to start with you. It seems like most of the questions were directed your way. Again, I'm Jamie Golden on behalf of Johnson Development Associates.
Hello, Jamie.
Neely, you did reference in your direct testimony Act 62, the Energy Freedom Act, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and two of the goals contained in the Energy Freedom Act are to protect the ratepayers, correct?
Yes.
And to encourage renewable energy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in 2018, you've testified that y'all filed rates, avoided costs with this commission, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
We filed rates in 2018.
And we just learned, it sounds like that no one has signed a PPA based on those rates. Is that correct?
That I don't have any knowledge of any PPAs that are active based on those rates.
Okay. And now this newest proposal with the VIC factored in is even lower. Is that also accurate?
It is true.
Okay. And you said a little while ago there's no risk to the ratepayer from QF build projects. Isn't that right?
I said there's no capital cost risk to the ratepayer.
Okay. So logically, if prices are decreasing, risk is decreasing, Act 62 encourages ratepayer protection, renewable energy. Do you see kind of where I'm going there?
Well, what I do see in Act 62 is a requirement that I calculate the avoided costs accurately and fully. And that's what I have to do. I see that theme throughout Act 62, and so that's my job, and that's what I'm required to do.
And you do that off of projections that you have available to you, right?
I use projections of fuel costs and such to calculate a future avoided cost rate.
And I think one of the fuel costs you mentioned that you rely on is the Energy Information Administration's forecast. Is that right?
That's a forecast of capital cost. So that would enter into the avoided capacity calculation, but not the avoided energy calculation.
But you're at least familiar with the EIA within the Department of Energy and their forecast for natural gas, right?
I am. We do not use that forecast, but I am familiar with it.
Okay. But you do acknowledge natural gas as a driver of avoided cost.
Yes.
And y'all do somewhat sell or supply natural gas, correct?
No, we sell electricity.
Okay, but you, and that's a good answer to that. But what I will say to you is, are you aware that the EIA is forecasting that over the next 30 years, natural gas prices are going to triple?
I wouldn't be surprised at that. I'm not familiar with that. The good thing is about the avoided costs is it's only for the next 10 years. So what happens 30 years from now is not really a part of the model, and it's not useful.
And that's a good point, because if you locked in a rate for 20 years at a level now, and that rate rose, wouldn't that be protective of the ratepayer?
The ratepayers would see a benefit,
okay,
certainly. But the task is to calculate avoided costs now with the information that we have.
Right, but as to the term of the contract, you say it's based on 10 years, but again, lower rate, locking it in, the longer it goes, 15, 20, 25 years, that would be protective of the ratepayer.
If the cost of gas goes up, as the EIA says.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Says SCCL. Mr. Holman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I believe Ms. Bowen has some questions. For Dr. Tanner, I'm going to ask some questions of Dr. Lynch. Dr. Lynch, an IRP is kind of a plan for the future, is that right? For the utilities' future, how to meet future needs?
Yeah, it's sort of a snapshot of what we see coming.
Some of that's hard to predict, looking out into the future. You do your best, but some of it's hard to predict.
Yeah, the future is difficult to know ahead of time.
That's right. And the reason it's relevant for this proceeding is because because you use the DRR method, and as you testified, your resource plan, get some feedback, it drives the capacity value that you're using for avoided cost rates. Is that right? I mean, you said in your summary, the company's resource plan requires capacity in the winter and that solar does not allow the company to avoid any capacity. Its resource plan, therefore, solar has zero avoided capacity costs.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it drives, the IRP drives your avoided cost rate capacity value for solar.
The IRP drives the capacity value for solar.
I'll read the sentence again to you. The company's resource plan requires capacity in the winter, and that because solar does not allow the company to avoid any capacity in its resource plan, that's the IRP.
Right.
Therefore, solar has zero avoided capacity costs.
I agree with that statement, yes.
Okay. How many years in a row did you predict that VC Summer was a reasonable plan under your integrated resource plan?
Up until the very end.
So like 2008 to 2017?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. And in early 2017, you testified in support of the IRP showing that VC Summer would come online in 2020 and that it was still a reasonable plan?
Well, I was told that. That's not something I predict. I wouldn't know about the construction.
You executed an integrated resource plan that put forth that as being the reasonable plan for the utility, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And you testified to this commission that was your belief, based on everything you knew as the chief planner who'd been reviewing the modeling inputs, that that was a reasonable plan.
I was
until
told
2017.
I was told by the nuclear people who know about the construction, and had the consultant for construction. I forget who they were, but yeah. So that's not me deciding. That's information that I'm told. The IRP is actually a composite of information from all sorts parts of the company, and the construction of the nuclear plant, when it was going to come online, how much it cost, and all that sort of thing was something given to me. Given these assumptions, what do you say? And it looked, based on the assumptions I was told, things were reasonable.
But you do exercise some judgment in coming up with the integrated resource plan. It's not, you're not
Some
an
things-
Excel spreadsheet. You exercise some judgment, right?
Some things come under me to make recommendations and analyze and that sort of thing, but other things do not. So the timing of the nuclear plants was not something under my purview.
Load forecast would be?
Load forecast is I'm responsible
Has
for.
the your success rate on accurately estimating load forecast, would you say, has been very high?
Yeah, I think so. Apparently satisfactory. I still got the job.
Mr. Horry has said that your alternative to the ELCC method is non-industry standard. Do you dispute that characterization, that it's not, your alternative to the ELCC method is non-industry standard?
Well, I'm beginning to think that my method is actually industry standard, because my method, what we've done at the company, is to look directly at the solar profiles and what they do and when they do it, whereas the ELCC is a statistical model of sorts. And
Is your method prevalent in the industry that you know of?
yeah. Well, any utility or RTO that looks at the actual output of the solar plants on the system to decide what they were going to do, I would say is. So I would think it is prevalent. In fact, I
know whether or not it's prevalent.
I understand PJM, when they assign a capacity value to solar, for example, renewable resources, that they base it on the historical experience. And then after 3 or 4 years of the plants operating on the system, they use that to decide how much capacity and so forth. So I think it's prevalent, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess I can't say what everybody's doing. I don't.
Can you name any other utility that uses the convolution formula that you used in this case?
Convolution formula, that's a theorem from statistics, so anybody who calculates a joint probability distribution uses it. So I'm thinking every utility. If they do loss of load expectation, if they look at a probability distribution of demand and want to put it together with the probability distribution of supply, to put those two distributions together, they would be using the convolution theorem from statistics.
As an alternative to ELCC?
As an alternative to ELCC. I don't see it as an alternative to ELCC.
Did you begin working for the company or the predecessor company, and how long have you worked for SC&G or Dominion?
42 years about.
Have you ever testified in another jurisdiction about avoided costs or resource planning?
No, I don't believe so.
Are you aware that the company's planning, resource planning, and execution of the plan has resulted in some of the highest residential electrical bills in the country?
Electrical bills, not energy bills, but electrical bills, because in South Carolina, you heat and cool with electricity. If you go to New England, they heat with gas, so they had half So it's not an apples and apples. So we may use more electricity than a lot of the other states and consequently have a higher electric bill. But that's misleading.
So you dispute that your customers have some of the highest electrical bills in the country?
Well, I claim it's not relevant the way you put it.
Let's turn to some predictions. The 2018 IRP had a 2019 winter peak estimate of, I believe, 4,848 megawatts. Does that sound right? Subject to check.
So that's the 2018 forecast for
2019 winter peak.
the winter peak of 2019. And I accept it subject to check, yeah.
48 was the number I saw. And then the 2019 IRP contained a, I understand this would have been an estimate as well because it was completed for the end of 2019 winter. It had a number of 4749, so about 100 megawatts less for winter peak.
Are those the gross peaks or net peaks?
They're a table in your IRP that shows system peak, winter peak.
Yeah, so you have to be careful.
Sorry.
You go back a few years and we focused on the net peak. So that's the gross demand less interruptible service. Mm-hmm. But now that we have all this, we're worried about this peaking in the winter, we include demand response as part of the resource. So now your table has gross peak, and I don't think it even shows the net peak. So you have to be careful of what you're comparing.
Okay, can you tell me when I am looking in the 2019 IRP and it says 4,749 megawatts, whether or not that's gross peak or net peak?
Oh, those are the tables in the front of the book, in front of the IRP. That's probably net. That would be net.
Okay. And isn't it correct that the company's, your 2019 in your testimony in this proceeding, the actual winter peak was 4,203 for 2019?
Mr. Chairman, I might ask if Mr. Holman wants to confirm some of the numbers out of the IRP. I would request he give the witness the document and let the witness look at it.
Can we do that?
Well, we already got to the IRP. We're talking about his testimony now. I believe he has that. And we are on page 8 of his testimony. So
Okay, if we're in
there's 4,203 megawatts.
We're in the testimony, we can continue.
So page 8 of your testimony, sir.
Oh. Direct testimony. Page 8 of direct testimony?
I believe so. And the number is 4,203 megawatts.
Correct, yes.
So is that a net or gross?
That's an actual.
Okay.
So the difference when you deal with actual, did we interrupt or not? My guess is that we probably didn't on that day, but I don't know.
Is that lower than what was projected in the IRP?
I think it is, isn't it? Didn't you?
About 500 megawatts.
It's lower, yeah. So a lot of that's probably weather, and also could be something to do with industrial customs and so forth.
Thank you. In the 2008, you testified in the 2018 avoided cost fuel rider proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were asked if anything would prohibit the company from using one capacity resource, such as winter demand side management, to meet its winter capacity need, and another resource, a different resource, to meet its summer need, like say a solar QF. There's nothing to prohibit the company from doing that. You were asked that question. Do you remember that?
Well, I don't, but it seems reasonable to me to have like a winter demand response program, so it's focused on the winter and not available outside the winter. That makes sense to me.
Okay. And then something else, Like a solar could meet the summer peak.
And if you need something this summer, you'd have something else, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, and I think.
Thank you. Ms. Bowen.
Thank you. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Dr. Tanner, these questions are, I believe, primarily for you. And Mr. Snowden covered some of them, so I was able to cross them off. I do want to ask you a few follow-up questions on geographic diversity and that analysis in your study. In your testimony and in your study, you emphasize the importance of accounting for geographic diversity. Is that right?
Yes.
And this was a little confusing to me, so I'm going to ask you to help clarify it for me. In the report, and I believe in testimony already today, you've referenced looking at diversity across 4 sites in the company's territory. Is that right?
Yes, that was for the variability analysis.
The variability analysis. Okay, and then I do know in your testimony at one point you talk about 8 different sites. So what's the difference there?
Yeah, so there was a distinction made between the 8 sites, which we put in the shape for the production cost analysis, the simulation of the system, and that was getting shapes from projects installed on the system. For the variability analysis, we wanted to make sure that there was as much geographic diversity as possible. So essentially expanding on, spreading them out as far as we could. So we took 4 sites and then we also took simulated data from NREL for the forecast error analysis, and so we used 4 sites to do that. And so that was the distinction. One was to simulate the hourly operation of the system. The other was for variability analysis.
Okay, thanks. And I guess for both of those, for the variability analysis, let's hone in on that. My understanding is if you do properly account for the geographic diversity benefits where you may be getting cloud cover in one location but not another, if you properly accounted for that, it should, as it showed in your report, lower reserve requirements and lower any related integration charge. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
and it was shown in the report that that's what happened.
Okay, great. And would it be possible to evaluate more than 4 sites for that?
Yes, it would be possible.
Do you know how many actual solar sites the company has online now?
I don't have the exact number on me.
Okay, subject to check if needed. Mr. Raftery testified that there were 31 utility scale solar sites as of August of this year in DESC's territory.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that number.
Subject to check. Okay.
Yes.
And presumably, we would expect it to be more than 31 sites over the 15-year time horizon of this study. Would you agree with that?
Yes, with the caveat that site is more of a zone issue. So these 31 sites are clustered in different zones on the territory. So again, if 2 sites are 5 miles apart, the weather will be very, very similar to them. And so they'll be extremely highly correlated. And so in my opinion, the 4 sites is sufficient to cover the full territory and capture the fact that, weather might be different between Columbia and Charleston, but it's not necessarily different between 2 sites very close to Columbia.
Did you look at any more sites or analyze that, or just looked at the 4?
In other projects, I've looked at more, and so it's my experience has been that 4 was sufficient as long as they cover the territory. Of the territory, the size of the companies, a larger territory would need more sites.
In other studies that you've done, what was the number that you looked at?
Looked at, I can't completely remember. Less than 10, never more than 6 to 8.
Okay, but more than 4. Okay, thanks.
And those were for, just to be clear, those were for service territories that were significantly larger geographically than the companies.
I understand. Thanks. And then for your study, and Mr. Snowden asked you a number of questions about the scope of your study. It's my understanding you were just asked to look at the integration of solar power. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so no other generating resources. Presumably there may be other resources that have integration considerations that should be taken into account. Would you agree with that?
I mean, certainly any technology. There are wind, for example, there are technologies that cause integration costs.
How about, it's sort of the reverse of what we've been talking about today, but certain resources like coal or nuclear are difficult or expensive to ramp up and down. They pose their own integration challenges. Would you agree with that?
Yes, this actually came up earlier, and in thinking about contingency reserves, which are tied to the single largest contingency on the system, or in this case, VACAR's system, a large coal or nuclear plant, if it were put into the IRP, could cause that to increase. A smaller plant like a combustion turbine largely doesn't cause that to increase, both because it provides reserves, but also because it doesn't increase the single largest contingency. I believe that's a consideration of the IRP planning for the company, and it's certainly standard practice to consider that in IRP planning.
But you weren't asked to look at it in the scope of your study.
I've looked at it for other systems, but not for the company.
Okay, thanks. Are you, I know you're generally familiar with grid integration studies in other places. It's my understanding there have been some circumstances where utilities in the past, I think particularly with wind power, thought that they were going to have higher reserve requirements than they ended up needing, and higher integration costs. Have you followed that trend at all in your work?
Yes, I've been looking at integration studies and doing them for 10 years, and there certainly has been experience gained. There's been improvements in forecasting, and those are all incorporated into our study, making sure that we were using the sort of most up-to-date experience with how they're done. But it is an aspect that the integration costs that are estimated in this study are not something that can be sort of held constant forever. It's something that the company has to keep on evaluating, as more resources are added to the system, as the system adapts and as technologies change.
It seems like, particularly for Dominion, they're just getting started with solar integration on the system. They're figuring out what the day-to-day operations are going to look like. This evaluation could change over time. Would you agree?
But I would disagree with the implication that the current analysis is conservative. The current analysis is a highly detailed, sort of high quality study to look at the costs as they are now. But I would acknowledge that as technologies and techniques change, if solar forecasting improves significantly, I believe one of the commissioners mentioned 15-minute forecasting. If that allows improvements, I would acknowledge that could change those integration costs over time, but not necessarily for what's already been forecasted.
Have you participated in your work in this space in any kind of technical conferences like what was alluded to earlier today? Stakeholder processes or technical conferences?
I participate in stakeholder processes.
Okay. In your testimony, throughout your testimony, and I think in your study as well, you talk about mitigation alternatives. So, what are some other options to, increasing the operating reserves and imposing an integration charge? I believe Mr. Snowden covered with you some of the mitigation options that would be specific to QF facilities, and that would really, there would need to be some parameters there. That it sounds like that really needs to be worked out with the company. Would you agree with that? What those parameters are going to look like?
Yes, they have to be defined in detail.
But that is an option for going forward for a way to mitigate some of what's being put forward as the operating reserves and integration charge.
Yeah, the integration charge for my study is specific to non-dispatchable, non-curtailable solar projects on the system. It's not extendable to other projects that have different operating characteristics.
And one thing you did, another mitigation option that I know you did look at in your study was adding generation resources like batteries or others like other technologies like a CT in particular to offset increasing the operating reserves. Do I have that right?
Yes.
But I do just want to be clear that for your analysis, that was limited to one-for-one comparison. In other words, is it cost-effective to use these other technologies vis-a-vis the increasing of the operating reserves?
Yes, the study considered whether resources could be cheaper to be added than the integration costs that were calculated.
And so what was not considered there is are there, for example, with battery storage, are there other applications for that technology that would have a co-benefit of helping to offset some of the, or mitigate some of the increased operating reserves, but may have other benefits to the system as well? That was outside of the scope of what you looked at, correct?
Yes, that was outside the scope and is more of an IRP question of long-term resource planning.
Okay, thanks. I'm curious, in your line of work, I assume you have been following trends on battery storage costs and implementation around the country.
Yes.
Would you say that the trend is for storage costs to be declining fairly dramatically, akin to what we saw with solar a few years ago?
Yes, storage costs have fallen significantly over the past 5 years.
Thank you. Some of the other mitigation options that you talk about, and I know other intervener witnesses have raised, is expanding a balancing authority or better coordination with neighboring utilities, talking with neighboring utilities about sharing some of the increased operating reserve requirements that you've looked at. Please tell me if I've characterized this correctly. My understanding of your position is that's really a longer term, those are potential longer term mitigation options. Do I have that right?
Yes. The sort of two broad things that have been suggested are expanding, reserve sharing like VACAR, or expanding something like an energy imbalance market. The issue with VACAR is it's only for contingency reserves, and there's sort of no market associated with it because contingency reserves are only for emergency events, like as was discussed in detail in 2014. And so there's not really a clear path for something like VACAR to be, it should always be discussed, but in my opinion, it's not a clear path for something like VACAR to be expanded to a flexible reserve sharing where the reserves be called upon, so there's essentially a market between utilities. Something like an energy imbalance market, as is being done out west, certainly allows utilities to share flexible reserves, but it's a very expensive process to put one in place. And out west, the real-time market of California already existed to be built on the back of. Such a market doesn't exist in the Southeast at the moment. So again, it's my opinion that it's a very difficult and long-term question of how that could be put into place.
And my understanding is energy imbalance market is actually working pretty well, but to your point, has those, it is sort of longer term consideration and maybe more expensive.
Yeah, I have no critique of the energy imbalance market. It is a mitigation option that allows utilities to share reserves. It's just you need a formal organized market for such a process, which in the West was California's RTO, built the backbone for that.
And your planning horizon for your study, it was 15-year studies. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that is all I have for you, Dr. Tanner. Thank you. I do have, and I do have one, I believe, hopefully one question for Mr. Neely, if that's all right. Mr. Neely, I believe this question is for you. I know you talked through the different IRP scenarios, and my question is whether the company has yet used any optimization software.
Well, it depends on what you mean by optimization software. Would you define that?
Yeah, so basically, my understanding is you've looked at, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but you've looked at a number of different scenarios, more than you have in past years for capacity expansion planning, but you haven't used some sort of software to say, okay, of all of the hundreds or more options that are out there, this is the least cost combination of different potential resources.
Okay. Sounds like you're talking about a scenario planning model.
Mm-hmm.
We've used those in the past, and what they do, they will process through hundreds of different options and come up with 10 least cost plans, but they use a lot of shortcut methods to get there. And so once they've given you those plans, you have to take those and put them in your hourly dispatch model, kind of like what we've done, and rerun them to see which one is the least cost plan. And so I think the criticism is that FERC Order 69 required an optimization model. And I don't see that that the FERC Order 69 requires a particular model. It doesn't mention any particular model. It says use the optimal capacity expansion plan, and it defines that as being the least cost plan. So of the 19 scenarios that we ran with 4 different sets of inputs, we did use the least cost plan to calculate avoided energy cost.
The least cost plan of those 19 scenarios.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. ORS. Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Mr. Belser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
For being here. Mr. Tanner, I believe that Attorney Bowman may have asked you this, but can you tell me what the exact scope of your study was? What were your instructions?
Yeah, my instructions were to forecast to analyze the operational impacts of the 2 tranches of solar PPAs, without the VIC add-on in the VIC clause and with the VIC clause, and then calculate the cost of those operational impacts.
Okay. In response to a question from Attorney Snowden, he questioned you about the 35% of nameplate capacity in reserves, and you indicated that you might want to take another look at it. Do you recall that question in your response?
I do.
Okay. Could you expand on your response and explain to me what you mean there?
It's a complex topic, so I
need all the help I can get.
Yeah, it's something that I wouldn't want to suggest that it's not that is not the correct number. It's broadly consistent with the analysis, with the current operations, and broadly consistent with the analysis done in my study. So I think it's worth a second look, but I don't in any way suggest that it's not the correct number.
Okay. I'm talking to you because you're quote unquote an expert in this area, and you're going to know a lot more than I am. But aren't there utilities that will have a summer peak and a winter peak?
I have seen utilities that have summer peaks and winter peaks.
Give me the term for that because it's escaping me at the moment.
Am I too embarrassed if I can't remember this specific
that's
term?
fine, because I can't remember it either.
Bifurcate, maybe?
How close do those peaks need to be able to say that the company has 2 peaks?
I don't think there's. I mean, speaking as an expert, and I'll defer on this a bit, but I don't think there's a specific. There's not like a specific rule that says, well, if they're this close, then you need to look at both peaks. It's very much a makeup of. I mean, one is true how close those peaks are. But then 2, what resources are sort of installed on the system, and so Dr. Lynch, please correct me with this. I believe that the company calculates a reserve margin for the winter and a reserve margin for the summer, a necessary one, and so that's also a function of whether or not there's sort of a capacity concern in the winter or the summer. So again, I apologize if it, and I can clarify if I need to. I apologize that wasn't the most
That's okay.
clear response, but that's sort of it's complex again.
In your study, there is table 2, I believe it is, on page 6 of 34, and I think that's probably in the conclusion or the summary, and table 12 on page 26. And to my uneducated view, those appear to be the same table.
They are.
Okay. And is that also the table that appears in your testimony as table 3? I think it's in your direct testimony on page 18.
Sorry, did you say page 18?
Page 18 of your direct, table 3.
Yes.
That's the same thing.
Yes.
In your direct testimony, that table is titled Reserves Needed to Maintain Reliability. But in your study, that table is titled Maximum Additional Reserves Needed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's maximum additional reserves needed, that indicates that's the high end. something less may also work. Is that correct?
So it's the direct testimony is imprecise. That's the maximum reserves needed for the full solar generation, but we also blended cases with different levels of solar generation in the study. So some days it uses that maximum number, some days it uses intermediate numbers and lower numbers. So the direct testimony is sort of imprecise, like it should be the maximum additional study. It should be the maximum additional reserves needed, not just the additional reserves needed.
Thank you very much.
You're
That's
welcome.
all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Lynch, I have one more question for you, sir. If you will go to page 5
That
and 6.
microphone in front of you, Commissioner.
Making Randy yell. Dr. Lynch, you go to page 5 and 6 of your rebuttal testimony. I noticed that you advocate against the 24% solar credit recommended by Mr. Hoyt. Is this correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you saying that the solar should have no credit, or what? Just tell me how they won't contribute any to the power towards Dominion
Right.
Energy, South Carolina's.
Yeah. So when we look at the resource plan, we're adding capacity to meet the winter peaks and serve customers during the winter and handle the risk and so forth. So it's all winter. Solar power does not, we've determined, it doesn't contribute to the serving those peaks in the winter. It can't help us in the winter. Therefore, it doesn't avoid any capacity in our resource plan, which means it has zero avoided capacity cost. And zero avoided capacity cost means zero capacity value. And that 24% I calculated using this ELCC methodology, just to show that this method really doesn't work on Dominion Energy's system. Because the 24% means that you have 252 megawatts of ELC capacity with the contracts on our resource plan, the 1,048 megawatts of PPAs. And when we peak in the winter before sunrise, that 252 megawatts is just nowhere to be found, obviously. So the ELCC method is flawed for us.
All right, let me ask you this. Will we see a change in the capacity as we move forward with Act 62?
I don't see Act 62 affecting the calculations that I make.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Lynch.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And you gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions for Mr. Lynch. I'm sorry, Mr. Neely. You're off the hook, Dr. Lynch. Mr. Neely, on pages 28 and 29 of Mr. Horry's direct testimony, he argues that the company has increased operating reserves through an expensive, fast-responding option to address a slow one-hour problem. How does the company normally plan and operate reserve capacity? Is it through fast-responding options, slow ramp-up, or a combination of both?
Historically, without solar on the system, we've been able to use a 15-minute reserve requirement, and that was fast start resources. Now, with solar on the system, it doesn't complete its change and output in 15 minutes. It can take, as you saw with Mr. Hanslick's slides, it can take 4 hours or more to actually drop to its final level. And so you have the option to use slower resources to respond to those kind of drops. And so when we model the 35% increased operating reserves, we're taking into effect all of our resources to meet those reserves.
On page 29, Mr. Horry goes on to explain that solar drops were calculated over time increments ranging from 15 minutes to 4 hours. Why did the company pick a 1 hour time frame to operate the reserves when drops occur in varying lengths?
Well, we're trying to balance the risk versus the cost. So if we were to use a number based on 4 hours, we would need greater reserves, probably something in the neighborhood of 60% of the installed capacity. That'd be more expensive. If we use something that only covers 15 minutes, we think that's too risky. We haven't covered our risk properly. So in our opinion, the 1 hour reserves is appropriate for balancing risk versus cost.
And obviously, you're much more versed in this than I am. So when you say risky, why is it risky?
Well, the risk is that we wouldn't have enough generation to cover the loads. And so now that our customers don't have the energy they need and that they desire. So that's the risk, that we don't have the capacity to meet the load.
And if that were to happen, what would be the outcome?
If we could find capacity from somebody else, if we could eventually, if we couldn't find that capacity that we need somewhere, we'd have to start shedding load.
And that means what?
It means that we're turning your lights off.
How many residents would be affected by something like that?
When it happened in 2014, they were able to do load shedding across several different areas, and so it didn't affect a wide group of people all at the same time. It affected one group here, and then they got their lights back on. Then it went to another group, and they were without power for a time, and then they got their lights back on. So they moved it around so that nobody had to experience that situation for a long period of time.
So I think that's a rolling blackout, right?
Right.
So is it your testimony that using the 15-minute interval is too risky because it could lead to rolling blackouts?
Well, it could lead to us not having the generation to meet the load. And so we would be subject to finding that generation somewhere else from a neighbor.
Is that hard to do? To find generation somewhere else?
Sometimes it's very easy to do, sometimes very hard to do. So we try to plan our system so that we're not depending on others who have no obligation to help us with our needs. And we feel like our obligation is to meet the needs of our customers. And if we get into an emergency situation where, like in 2014, where several plants went down, we would try to reach out and find capacity wherever we can.
Okay. Does the company's calculation method indicate a need for additional capacity, whether there is a solar drop for 10 minutes or the full hour of the hour incremental period?
The reserves that we're adding to the model, there again, I'm modeling the system, and I'm looking at hour by hour loads. Mr. Hanslick is actually running the system. He's looking at minute by minute loads. So there's a little bit different in how he responds to those drops and how the model responds to those drops. So the model only has the value needed for the 1 hour reserves. It doesn't dispatch in increments smaller than an hour.
Mr. Horry testified that operating reserves of 13% to 18% also result in a 96% certainty of covering solar drops. Why is your 35% operating reserve more appropriate? If both have a 96% certainty, wouldn't the risk of using either be comparable?
Well, the 13 to 18% reserves that Mr. Horry proposes only cover the risk, the 96% risk of not meeting that 15-minute drop. Now, if solar never dropped over a longer period of time than 15 minutes, that would be fine. But if it drops 18% in the first 15 minutes, and then it drops another 18% in the next 15 minutes, now you really need 36% reserves to cover that half an hour. So we think by taking 35% over a 1 hour time period, we can balance the risk of not serving our customers plus the cost incurred by carrying extra reserves.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Tanner, I heard you refer to a term I'm not familiar with, and use the term flexible solar. Can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, yes. So there has been some recent developments in solar where it operates in such a way that it's providing flexibility to the system. At a very high level, what the solar is doing is operating at less than full capability, so that at the utilities direction it can ramp up and ramp down. And so this would be a solar project that is providing some or all of the flexibility needed for integration. It certainly comes at a cost to the provider of the solar, but it is a technology that I've heard of, talked to people about, and people are starting to consider.
Is it currently in use in any jurisdiction, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it's not yet in use except at a test level, but things have moved fairly quickly, so it's possible it's been installed in the last few months.
How might we incentivize the company, and for that matter, those solar operators, to move toward that model?
So, I mean, to some extent, like it's one technology. Solar plus storage is another technology. Storage outside of the solar is another potential mitigation option. I think it's important to not pick a winner necessarily. I mean, I think you could incentivize the company to make sure that there's enough knowledge and to understand what's on offer from the market. And then my recommendation is that the avoided I sort of gave some broad things that that would have to be in place for technologies to not have the VIC. My recommendation would be to work to define those formally so that the market can go out and creatively determine how to meet those.
So if the commission contracted with you to build such a model for South Carolina to incentivize flexible solar, could you do that for us? So that the company would benefit at on a cost basis.
Yeah, if I understand what you mean by model, it's something that me and my company do, and other companies, to sort of help define those characteristics. I mean, it would have to be with very close working with the company to make sure that it's meeting the reliability needs. But that is certainly something.
And so you could have a stakeholder meeting where you could even test out your assumptions with the real players and say, would you be interested in making an investment in flexible solar, and at what level and under what terms, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think as part of defining these, I mean, and as part of the company understanding what's on offer from the market, it's very important for the developers to have a ability to say what can be done.
And what I'm getting at is if we can incentivize innovation, it seems that we can move faster down the paradigm of having better outcomes. Do you agree with that?
Yes, broadly.
And more accurate integrated plans, perhaps.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because it's hard to predict 10 years out what's going to happen with technology and change.
Yes, the technology is certainly moving forward.
Have you been asked to do a similar project for anyone, any other company or any other jurisdiction that would look at flexible solar as an option?
Yes.
And where was that?
Los Angeles, the Department of Water and Power.
Has it been adopted yet, or is it under consideration?
Under consideration. It's they have some they have some very large questions they're thinking about that.
Did you give them a written proposal, or How did that, a study, or what were you asked to do?
It was a written study, a lot of stakeholder support, which is often not written, and then supporting in the general, a lot of brainstorming, honestly, of how things can be, how to mitigate some of these issues.
Would you be willing to make that a part of a late file exhibit for us?
Sorry, what exactly?
The study that you performed for that jurisdiction, would it be available to us as an exhibit?
Unfortunately, it's not public yet.
Right. When will it become public, if you know?
Possibly soon, possibly never.
Well, we could make it
sorry to give the wrong answer there.
No, that's all right. We could make it a confidential exhibit.
What I might be able to do is have the company get the company in contact with folks out there who and they're very happy to talk to folks like yourselves about what they've done, and that may be and it would probably be and honestly be more useful folks at the utility who are worrying about these issues.
Okay, and that would be helpful if you could facilitate that. I think it's interesting, and we can incentivize it, get stakeholders working toward an innovative plan. We could perhaps advance and make it work for everybody, be a win-win.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see who's interested on that side and work with the company on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neely, with regard to the polar vortex, 2014, when you were talking about load shedding, were you able to meet the load with just the curtailable? Were any residential customers affected?
They were.
Okay, so there were blackouts across. Okay, I just couldn't remember, and I couldn't ask you outside the hearing, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Willoughby, any redirect?
Yes, I have one quick line of questions for Dr. Tanner and just a couple of questions for Mr. Neely. Dr. Tanner, you first. I want to make sure this record is absolutely clear on the assignment that you did and the confidence that you have in the study that you performed to calculate the VIC for those existing PPAs with a contractual language that permits the charging of a VIC. Would you explain to the Commission the degree of rigor that you employed in conducting your study? And then I want you to tell the Commission the confidence level that you have in the work that you performed.
Certainly. So we spent 3 to 4 months. It's a 6-month process for this study, and we spent 3 to 4 months working closely with the company, and Eric in particular, to make sure that we were properly representing the operation of the system, developing the right assumptions, making sure the system was properly benchmarked. Then after that, or in parallel, me and my team, leveraged our experience with these sorts of studies across North America, developed a set of, general study assumptions and processes that we were going to use for the final analysis. Very, very high. I'm very confident that we, rigorously looked at each one, worked with the company in each one to make sure that there was agreement. Took any criticism or comments and incorporated into our thinking and made modifications where necessary. And so the end result is in my opinion, a very rigorous, strong study that does properly calculate the VIC for those 700 megawatts or 700 odd megawatts of projects with the VIC clause in their contracts.
Based upon your review of all of the testimony in this proceeding, have you seen anyone else that submitted testimony in this proceeding that has done a study similar to yours?
I have not. The other VIC numbers that have been put out have either been done at a very high level using broad assumptions or just set to zero.
And let me ask this question, final question to you, Dr. Tanner, is it your opinion that as of today, the variable integration charge that the company is experiencing is $4.14 as calculated in your study?
Yes, it is.
And either that cost will be borne by the cost causer, the solar contractor, or it will be borne by customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanner. And Mr. Neely, you recall that you were asked a number of questions by Mr. Snowden about your avoided cost calculation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he also indicated to you that, were you aware that some people in this proceeding had disagreed with your calculations? Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I have.
And have you had an opportunity to review his exhibit number 2, where he proposes some alternative avoided cost numbers to yours?
Yes, I have.
And would you explain to the commission how Mr. Burgess derived his numbers and whether or not those numbers are applicable?
The numbers that Mr. Burgess has proposed using for solar QFs are actually the numbers that I calculated for non-solar QFs. So those numbers are based on a completely different technology and really not applicable to solar QFs.
So if I understand correctly, Mr. Burgess has taken your numbers that you calculated and basically a spreadsheet that you gave to him through discovery. He's taken that information out of that spreadsheet for non-solar and basically is recommending it in this proceeding for solar.
That's correct.
And you indicate that that would be totally inapplicable.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, any recross on those questions?
Just a few questions. Dr. Tanner, Mr. Willoughby asked you about the level of confidence you had in the study you conducted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, that study was not subject to any peer review process, was it?
The company reviewed it.
Okay, but no one
Mr. Chairman, he asked that question on his original examination. I didn't go into any peer review, so he needs to stay very, very close to the exact questions I ask, or otherwise it's objectionable.
Sustained. That's
okay. Well, I'll ask a simple question about the level of confidence that Dr. Tanner was asked about. Did your study conclude any sensitivity analysis?
It did not.
Okay, thank you. One last question, because you did testify in response to Mr. Willoughby's question that you worked with about the other proposals that have been floated for integration charges. And you said no one else had a proposal that you thought was accurate. Is that right?
No, I said there was no other proposal that had the same level of rigor.
Okay. Is it your understanding, well, would you agree that no other party in this docket had access to Dominion Energy's operational staff to develop such a proposal?
Mr. Chairman, I would object again. It goes beyond the recross that or the redirect that I did.
Dr. Tanner testified directly about, he did opine directly on the other proposals, so I only have one question on that.
His testimony was simply that no one else in this proceeding had tendered in their testimony a study that met the rigor that his study met.
And I'd simply like to offer, I suppose, an explanation as to why that might be the case.
okay.
And I only have one question.
Answer that in one question.
Okay, yeah. So my one question is to your, as far as you know, no other party in this docket had access to work with Dominion's operational staff to develop a more rigorous proposal. Is that right?
It's right, but I disagree with the implication that you can't do a rigorous study without. It certainly helps to have access to the company's staff and data, but the study can be done at the same level of rigor without that access.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other recross? Okay. Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony, and you may step down. They may be excused. What? Hang on 1 second. What? Yes, you may step down. Are you? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. Go ahead while you can. Okay, get to a mic, Ms. Grunman, please, before we. Oh, we got to cut it on.
My request is simple. I just wanted to know if Walmart could be excused from the balance of the hearing.
You may.
Thank you.
You are excused. Okay. Mr. Rooks, I know you're chomping at the bit to go, but I'm not. So we're going to start again at 9 o'clock, and we are adjourned until tomorrow.